Greetings, friends. Let's see if I can get everything sorted here. What is up? Happy Saturday. And welcome to the return of Games Bond. What's up, Space Hoppercopter? What's up, Killick? What's up, lurkers in chat, VOD viewers, and everybody else? We are finally, I dare say, approaching the end. Grabbed the wrong thing. Of GoldenEye Reloaded 007 MI6 edition. Exclusive features Hugo Drax character and Moonraker laser pistol only on PlayStation 3. I believe that's the full title of the game. We finished the campaign last time, and we took a first look at the Reloaded exclusive brand new game mode MI6 Ops. And I'd built up a degree of excitement for it, because based on the descriptions I'd seen of it, I thought, you know, this might actually be pretty neat. This sounds like a thing that would make for a more interesting gameplay experience than the campaign, which, you know, we did the campaign a second time, essentially, right? Because we played through the Wii version. And, you know, unsurprisingly, the Reloaded version didn't really, you know, make for a particularly different experience. It was a little less annoying not having to deal with waggle controls. I think the QTEs were kind of made worse on the PS3 version, if only because the button prompts were way more, like, hard to read. But at the end of the day, you know, aside from a higher frame rate and I guess some visual fidelity upgrades, it wasn't really that much of a different experience. What's up, Mendel? Simon, greetings. But it was, you know, the second time around, there's going to be a little bit less novelty. And the fact that we played on the easier difficulty level, which I stand by was the correct choice. You know, having more struggles would not have made the experience any more interesting, I don't think. But it was kind of... I guess you could say it cemented my perception that going back to that campaign is not anything particularly, you know... I did not feel compelled to replay it, having done it the first time, outside, obviously, the, you know, the structure of the project. You know, I didn't have interest in revisiting it on, you know, for my own sake, on my own time. And I feel even more so having done it a second time. It wasn't as fun or as interesting. I mean, it was already not that interesting. It was perfunctory, it was serviceable, it was fine, but it wasn't really great. And you know, the whole nature of the campaign being so strange in terms of the story and the visuals, like the whole concept of we're remaking GoldenEye, but we're changing all the details so it's different. And there's so many things that just feel very strongly as though they're made different explicitly for the sake of being different, that it sort of begs the question of why you would do it in the first place. Now, obviously, the name recognition of GoldenEye is the clear reason why they would do, you know, a GoldenEye whatever. But it's so not GoldenEye in like every meaningful way that it just seems like such a strange thing. But anyway, like I said, the MI6 Ops mode seemed like it could add something interesting to it, a little bit of a twist, because the narrative of the campaign is not particularly exciting. The mission level design, structure, combat, encounter design, like nothing about it is really noteworthy at all. Playing on the easy difficulty removes basically every objective that isn't like reach the next checkpoint. Every mission, I think, generally would have some additional thing you needed to do, and even those, like mission objectives, I don't think were particularly well designed or interesting. I think in a way, like ironically, playing without those additional objectives simultaneously highlights how uninteresting and pointless the objectives are, because it feels so much like smoother and streamlined to just ignore them and move past. But it also highlights how uninteresting everything is without them. Because you do just move forward. You can kind of skip swaths of level where it just feels like, oh man, it's so nice that I didn't need to spend all that time in this level and I could just move on. And you know, that's not very, that doesn't really speak to any sort of positive quality of the game or the levels, you know. And I think it's just looking at games like, obviously Everything or Nothing is the clear example of these like very set piece driven levels, although they're very different from one another. Some are very much straightforward, going through hallways and shooting dudes, but for the most part, like there's some flavor, whether it's narrative or mechanic or structure or whatever it is, that to make each of the levels feel different. And for all these sort of attempts at baking in these like spy agent, mission objectives into these levels, I'm like unsure of where I felt that a game really did it well. I think GoldenEye on the N64 has a very clunky implementation of it, but it's certainly much easier to forgive a game that was kind of breaking new ground in a way with that stuff, right? Because there wasn't really, like in 1997, certainly within the realm of first-person shooters, there were games that had a narrative thrust, like the Bungie stuff, like Marathon has a lot of story in those games. The level designs themselves and the mechanics of the game is not functionally that different from a game like Doom. And there's like Half-Life would come out in 98 and have a more narrative focus, and like I think that was really the sort of seamless transition between levels, the fact that you go to these, like, when I say that Half-Life has a narrative emphasis, it isn't really, like, it's very different from a game like Marathon that has a lot of like terminals that you access and you read a bunch of text. Half-Life has a narrative emphasis in the sense that the locations you go through and the things you do feel like they push, like it's narrative. I would say Half-Life has a strong narrative focus and emphasis, but it's not necessarily a lot of plot. I feel like Marathon, by comparison, has a lot of plot, but the narrative is not delivered in any particularly, it's not delivered in a way that's like weaved into the gameplay so much. I mean, for its time, sure, and I don't think it does a poor job of it necessarily. It's just, it kind of, it's a product of its time, I suppose. But as far as like the mission objective type stuff, I'm not sure when the first Rainbow Six was. I imagine that would be in a sort of a similar time frame. And you had games that would have had similar kind of, I'm thinking of stuff like XCOM or whatever, like action games of different kinds that would have like sort of objectives and things for you to do that isn't just like exterminating everyone. And I'm sure you can find overlap in like Ultima Underworld or the Elder Scrolls or kind of more RPG type stuff, as well as Jag Alliance, which is kind of an XCOM like, but it's I think like that game is kind of between the kind of management sim strategy stuff of XCOM and like a story RPG kind of thing. So it wasn't like invented fully out of whole cloth, going from, I don't know, fucking Robotron to GoldenEye. Like there were things, but that particular combination of elements in that particular context of like a first-person shooter, that was a very fresh, new kind of take, I think. So it's exciting and cool for that, reason and from that perspective. But I also think that going back to it, like a lot of how that is handled in GoldenEye is very clunky. What's up, Running Wild? Nice cacademia you got there. But yeah, like I think I prefer, I wouldn't say that it's like the better way of doing it necessarily, but I feel like I prefer the way some of the subsequent Bond games more baked the kind of mission objective type stuff into like a more linear progression through levels. I feel like the problem with the way it's done in GoldenEye, or part of it anyway, is that the communication of what you're meant to do is pretty iffy, and it's a lot more about like there's a disconnect, I think, where the game presents it as though you, the player slash James Bond, has received briefing and information on what he has to do, and his challenge, and by extension your challenge as a player, should be executing the plan, figuring out maybe the details of how to get to where you need to get and what you need to do in order to, you know, hack a server or whatever it might be, you know. But in reality, I feel like you spend more time and effort trying to understand what is being asked of you. The instructions, like the mission briefing is not typically presented as though, hey, this is what we know, this is what we need to do, we don't know about this and this and that, you will have to figure this out in the field or whatever. But, you know, it's more like, you know, Q has prepared this modem on a suction cup that you will throw at a server box and it will download the data, and then you can do this and this, and then you can leave. So then you're like, all right, the fuck does a server box look like? I don't know. You just have to like try attaching your suction cup modem to like one of 64 different gray, you know, computer looking cubes, and you'll know, I guess, when the game tells you like, oh, you did it. Like, oh, okay, that's the one I was supposed to attach it to. Okay, well, now I know. So it's like you kind of need to know, you need to have completed the objectives to fully understand what the objectives are, and at that point it kind of becomes like, for me anyway, I feel like the fantasy of being James Bond or whatever like is not realized until after I've completed it, and I subsequently, you know, in hindsight, understand what the mission was, so then I can do it again. And I think that's part of why GoldenEye kind of gets better the more you play it, because that first playthrough is so you know, steeped in that feeling of confusion and not really understanding what's going on, whether it's mission objectives or like the completely obtuse and inscrutable stealth mechanics or whatever it is, you know. And even though I don't conceptually mind the idea of missions being like sort of open-ended, like I'm super excited for First Light, because I think the Hitman games do a great job of like setting the stage of what you need to do, and then you kind of gather intel in the field and you make a plan yourself from, oh, I think I can do this, and then you can execute on it. Like, you're never confused in the sense that you're given information, like you're never given information that is presented as though you can draw conclusions from it or make a plan from it that then you then practically are not really able to do. But in lieu of that, I think I would rather have a game where I'm not really tasked with figuring something out, that can still give me the feeling of being James Bond. Like, I'm okay being along for the ride and like pilot James Bond, but then have him be clever and smart and figure shit out and just do whatever. Like, if I can feel that he is on board with everything that's going on and he can perform, you know, according to expectations, I'm more okay with me being a little confused about it. Or, you know, not just sort of being a little bit of a passive observer in it. Which I think is, if you look at games like Nightfire and Everything or Nothing, I suppose, they certainly have elements of figuring stuff out, but that's more on a mechanical level in terms of like combat and stuff like that. And I think what the games, the EA games added with the whole Bond moves mechanic, which exists in like 4 different games, I think, but it's a little bit different in each of them, 4 or 5 maybe even, is that they give you room to figure out optional things that feel really good to achieve, because you feel like you're doing what you're supposed to be doing. You're doing these cool James Bond things, and the critical path for like what you need to do to complete the game, progress the story, and like not get stuck, is very straightforward. That's rarely something you have to like really figure out, but you are rewarded for being a little extra observant and trying different things, by getting to see cool shit happen, and then you get a little, you know, a little token or a little award for you know, thinking to do the cool thing. And I think that works a lot better than this sort of bumbling around being confused about what you're asked to do. And I think GoldenEye, the remake, ends up landing in this awkward spot when it's kind of the worst of both worlds, because it has the linear level design. I mean, the original N64 game don't necessarily have particularly open levels in terms of geography, but structurally some of them are at least presented in a somewhat open way. They're not really the kind of Call of Duty style hallway roller coaster levels where you can't backtrack because you reach the next checkpoint. Or the GoldenEye remake, however, does very much have level design like that, and I don't know if it's in an effort to try to recreate the original game, but in that structure they kind of squeeze in these like missable things. Like the worlds are not interesting to explore. A lot of the levels have these like a lot of kind of empty rooms and things you can like. It's not interesting to look at. It's not rewarding to find items or anything. Like, it's just kind of weird. It doesn't feel, the level design doesn't feel like you should be exploring. But in a couple of levels you kind of need to explore, because you need to go to a random room to you know, smartphone hack one of 6 computers before you're allowed to complete the level or whatever. Or not even before you're allowed to complete the level, because that's the thing. Like, they made it so that these extra objectives won't gate progression at all. So like the level is designed, it feels like, to just go through in that full Call of Duty style. But they've added these GoldenEye style busy work things you need to do that don't like, they don't alter the route or like your approach to the level, because they all feel like they're like, your primary thing is going through the level, but occasionally you need to stop this activity to do this side activity to complete an objective, and then you resume this like primary activity. And I don't think the original GoldenEye really felt like that. You know, on some micro level, occasionally it's literally that, but it doesn't really feel that way. So it's kind of weird. So the objectives are not implemented super well, but then you take them out and it's like, yeah, I'm glad I don't have to do that additional busy work. But then you just have these linear hallway levels that, like, conceptually I don't have a problem with that. You can still make a really fun, super cool game like that. I think I haven't played that many of them, but the Call of Duty games I have played, they were very enjoyable. You know, even Quantum of Solace on 360, which was a pretty Call of Duty-like game by Treyarch. It didn't have that much going on action-wise in the beginning of the game, but I ended up quite liking it towards the end, because the actual shooting, like, there wasn't much to the game, but in terms of those styles of action shooting levels, they were, you know, fun ones of those, basically. So given all of that, like, the campaign in GoldenEye Reloaded was kind of whatever, and the MI6 Ops mode kind of promised a, I don't know that I should use the word arcadey, but let's say a video gamey, mechanics-driven alternate take. I was a little unclear on what the actual levels were, and it seems from what I've played now that they are multiplayer maps, but the multiplayer maps themselves are primarily kind of derived from levels in the campaign, which I suppose is what most of the multiplayer maps probably were in the original GoldenEye as well. I have not really played that enough in multiplayer to know, certainly not anytime recently. And what you're supposed to be doing in this mode is that you have a particular objective. Essentially, you're spawned into this arena, and you have to either like stealth your way through, or kill a bunch of enemies, or defend a server, upload, whatever. And you have like a million little modifiers that you can adjust to increase or decrease the difficulty, which in turn changes like the score multiplier, so you can get a different score. So it's, you know, you're basically incentivized to increase the difficulty to get a higher score. I like that a lot on paper, but it turns out that there's 11 missions in MI6 Ops. We played, I think, the first 2, and they both felt way too long and tedious. I think they took something like 8 minutes and 11 minutes or something, respectively. We did one of them each, and it's like, dude, if it was 2 minutes, if it was 45 seconds, I'd, look at fucking Tony Hawk. Like, it's so addictive to want to just replay it over and over and over and over. But if it's, there's such a vast difference between 2 minutes and 8 minutes. And it's not even like, well, if you want to play it for 45 minutes, you can do more runs for a 2-minute thing than an 8-minute thing. It's like, if it's a 2-minute thing, I'll be obsessed doing it for 40 minutes. If it's an 8-minute thing, I'll do it once, and then I'll go, ugh, I don't want to do that again. Which is kind of quite literally how I felt last time. But we'll see. We'll at least do our due diligence of trying every mission once and see how it goes. I'm not committing to completing each of them. So the way it works is you can get 1 to 4 stars for completing them based on some kind of invisible score calculation, which is another reason that it kind of sucks, because I think I got 2 stars on both of the ones I completed, but I have no way of knowing how much more score I would need or how to get a higher score in order to get 3 or 4 stars. And you unlock additional missions as you collect more stars, and in order to access the final one, you need to get 25 stars, which would equal an average of 2.5 stars on each of the previous 10 levels. So that, I think, would be quite difficult. However, there is, thankfully, according to the internet at least, cheat codes that you can type in to unlock all the missions. So I think we're going to basically play all of them once, and most likely we will not by the end have achieved 25 stars. So at that point, we will insert a cheat code to access the final 11th MI6 Ops mission. We'll give that a try, and I think at that point we'll be quite happy to leave every version, well, I was gonna say every version of GoldenEye behind. I guess that's not exactly true, because we do, of course, still have the bonus mission of the Xbox Live Arcade GoldenEye port, remake, remaster, whatever, to attend to. But that's going to be, for all of my grievances with that game, it's going to be such a breath of fresh air after these remakes. But anyway, I think that's enough dilly-dallying. Let's get to business. Let's hop on over to the game's spawn scene. I did I did run a quick test to boot up the PS3 to make sure that the capture appears to be working, so we don't have to jump through those hoops today. And it seemed to work fine. Knock on wood. But we will do a super quick little recap here. This is the game. We finished the campaign. We're checking out the all-new single-player mode, MI6 Ops. And that's really all I have to say about that. We did take a super quick look at multiplayer. Well, the multiplayer menu, there's no bot matches or whatever. You can play on over split screen or online. But there's no way as a single player to just boot into an actual match. But in the menu, we could at least sort of browse through the available characters and what have you. Based on everything, if this was the game I had available to me, and I had a friend to do deathmatch, locally, I'm sure I'd enjoy it. But I also think, this is an era where everything had to ship with a multiplayer mode. I'm not saying it's a strange thing that this game of all would do so. Obviously, it's it's a first-person shooter. It's a GoldenEye remake thing. They're basically selling the entire concept of this game on, hey, remember playing GoldenEye multiplayer on N64 as a kid / in college / whenever? Here's a new one you can buy. So yeah, of course it makes sense, but it was also one of like 8 million games that it's just, everything that sort of came out around this time. I mean, and it's not like it's really changed since. The big difference is that most games don't ship with multiplayer in addition to single player. But like even back then, very few things had any kind of staying power to actually build like a critical mass of players to sustain it. But whatever. One could certainly argue that multiplayer is enough of an important thing to warrant like a proper inspection and breakdown of all the multiplayer stuff in all the James Bond games in history. But it falls a little bit outside the purview of this project for both practical logistical reasons, but also because I'm personally not that interested in it. I'm not that big on multiplayer games, much less like online multiplayer first-person shooters. There was a time in my life where I was super into it, but that was a very long time ago. Having completed all the additional Q branch funding, we have unlocked secret mission number 007. So the current plan as it stands now is that we will be playing, we'll finish GoldenEye Reloaded, then we will do game number 50, the last on the official list, 007 Legends, and then sort of leading up to the proper finale, where we rate all the games and do everything, wrap everything up. In between now and then, after finishing game number 50, I will be playing the Xbox Live Arcade version of GoldenEye. What's up, Hoffman? Stopping by. Yeah, we'll see. This might be a very short stream, because I think we'll be able to kind of, like, well, we'll see, of course, but under the assumption that the MI6 Ops missions won't balloon too much in size, there's 9 of them left now. We did the first 2, and if they're very roughly, 10 minutes ish each, then we should have gone through them all within 2 hours. And we'll do a little bit of spreadsheeting and everything, but we're not going to be like jumping into the next game or anything. I had an absolutely terrible night's sleep last night, so I think I'm also not going to feel super compelled to go mega hard or for a very extended length of time today. But we'll see how it goes. I fully intend to at least finish up GoldenEye Reloaded so we can scratch that one off the list and never look back. Up, Zimmy. All right. Let's get going then, shall we? Let's hop on over here. Boot up the game. I believe the audio should also capture. We heard an awful noise there, but I think we're good. Doing some kind of resolution switching. Oh yeah, there's updates. Whatever, we'll ignore that. Hope our controller works today. I'm gonna keep it plugged in. We definitely had some moments of technical difficulty last time. So the first time I played, it was fine, and then the second time I played it, because the battery's so shit in these old controllers and like they barely work, I kept the cable plugged in the entire time on the first stream because I didn't trust that it would charge the batteries properly anyway. And then on the second stream, it's like, well, it should have charged for a couple of hours now, so I'll just try to play wirelessly. And it worked, but occasionally, it's like the controller just sort of stops receiving inputs for a little while. And that was a behavior that I remembered this controller exhibiting previously. So I was almost surprised when we didn't have any problems during the first stream. But I concluded that I suppose it's possible that it's... I don't know exactly how the signal transmission works, if it's using the USB cable for the signals at all. But no matter what, like, I'm not past being a little superstitious about weird PS3 shit. Maybe just having it plugged in makes it work more reliably. It's not enough of a nuisance that I will, you know, rather unplug it and maybe have it work worse. So we'll keep it plugged in and hope for the best. Oh, man, I'm gonna be like so glad to move on from this like menu stuff. I feel like we've seen these like graphics for these menus and heard this music in not just like the previous multiple versions of GoldenEye remake, but I feel like it's so... There's been a bunch of games that felt very samey in this kind of presentation, so hopefully 007 Legends will feel quite different. Not to mention, of course, the other GoldenEye. So here are the missions. We did the first two. And now we have to do what may be a dreaded stealth mission. Eliminate all hostiles in the level covertly. The quicker you are, the higher your score will be. So for the first number of missions, there's just these three categories: elimination, defense, and stealth. And then for the final one, it has a brand new genre called assault. For the unlockable levels, we don't get a description until we've unlocked it. So you can see here, like, there's you need 15 stars to unlock these two, and if we average 2 stars each on the first 8, we will have 16. Which I guess, come to think of it, like, that's not even a given, because we might like kind of I don't know if they're going to increase in difficulty. Like, there's a lot about the whole thing that's a bit obtuse in terms of the scoring and everything. And I don't know by what margin I cleared 2 stars or how close I was to 3. I'm just thinking, like, if I, my first attempt, get 2 stars in the first 2 levels, I would expect that given a similar level of performance, I would start getting 1 star or maybe even failing and dying on my first attempt. I mean, stealth, I'm sure will... I'm expecting this to take more than 1 attempt. And we would need to average... We can only afford 1 1-star mission completion, but if we get 2 stars and everything else, we will unlock... yeah, so the unlocks are like subsequently increasingly demanding. But if we get 15 stars here, we'll have these 2. But I can't see any way that we would naturally get to 25 stars by the time we get to Solar. We'd have to sort of grind. And finishing these first 2 ones, I have like 0 desire to grind these out, because they're not interesting enough, and more importantly, they're too long. There are things you can do to make them shorter to a degree, but I don't know. I mean, I'm interested in tinkering with it, I suppose, but we'll see. We can see if we can try to optimize it a little bit. So, station. Actually, why don't we start the timer? This is part of the experience here of figuring this shit out. So it says eliminate all hostiles in the level covertly. It does not say specifically that we game over on detection or how this... Wrong button. So, like, it's... We're gonna have to do it and see how it works. So for this one, there's way fewer actual modifiers here. The paintball mode is completely dog shit, uninteresting, useless. All it does is that the bullet hits on the wall turn into paint splatters. It doesn't, as far as I can tell, affect the ballistics whatsoever. So this one is interesting to me because I feel like for stealth, depending on how demanding the stealth is, it's like it might not make that much of a difference. But certainly there have been positions where I try to snipe someone and I don't quite get a clean headshot, so then I have to like pick them off before they sound the alarm, in which case that could make a huge difference. But also, you see you get a difficulty rating, but it doesn't say anything about the score thresholds for star amounts, and it doesn't really, like, as far as I can tell, the difficulty rating is essentially a multiplier. We get a kind of a base score based on our performance. It's multiplied by this, but we don't actually get to see that calculation. All we know is what the difficulty rating is. I guess, I don't even remember, but I guess we get to see, like, it doesn't even really show us our best result or anything. Yeah, I'd have to go to a leaderboard, which I'm sure I can't access. Yeah, so we don't even have a record of our best attempt here. But as I recall from what we saw when we completed it, it tells us maybe the time and then just the number of stars. So all of the math is completely opaque, which I think sucks. Like, it just makes the mode far less compelling. Like, again, to make the Tony Hawk comparison of like the 2-minute runs, which are really addictive and fun to do over and over again. Imagine if you're going for like the pro score or the 6 score and the game doesn't even tell you what score you need to get. Like, it's absurd. It's like so thoughtless. For being this kind of mode, I think it's like remarkably poorly designed. I guess we can do dots always on. So this is going to bump down the difficulty rating quite a bit, but I'm curious to do that. Like, ultimately, if we can't get enough stars, we'll just use the code. It's fine. But I'm more interested in trying to get a grip on how the difficulty scales. And I feel like the most sort of the biggest threat I see is like starting to fail missions and having to redo them. I don't want to redo any of these missions. So I'd rather like bump the difficulty down, do it once, and go, well, this was kind of boring, and move on. If we do this, we still get a significantly higher difficulty level than the actually the same. No, okay, 1360. Oh yeah, oh right, I put this wrong. But this would increase the difficulty. Let's do it. Let's try marksman mode, because this way I think it's also going to be and I think, does this, no, okay, we can still do, so that bumps up difficulty a lot. But I wonder if this means we might require multiple headshots. I feel like that's probably the case. But let's do this and just give it a try. I don't know what to expect. But given that this is, I guess, still kind of a multiplayer map, I wonder if it's like the same as Elimination, but we have to have stealth. But there's no specific enemy count, so I guess we're supposed to like reach the end? Like, we're supposed to get to a place? I'm highly confused. Also, load times in this are pretty bad. Hostiles are present. To complete the mission, you must find and eliminate... Okay, so we have to just kill everyone.
You've set off the alarm, 007. This mission is now over.
Okay. Learning how it works. So the other people noticed that first guy dying. Yeah, this is, I can already tell this is going to be a massive pain, because you need to like route. My only hope is that it's really short, and it's not like a Game Boy Color World's Not Enough type situation where it's like a 25-minute fucking stealth level with instant fail states and no checkpoints. Dude, this load time to retry is fucking brutal. So you can see all the dots there that indicate the enemy positions. Looks like a turret.
Take your time and stay out of sight, Bond.
Button? Okay, I can't remember the controls. The game does specifically say that we do need to kill everyone.
Bond, destroy the laptop to disable the drone gun.
And, whoa, a lot of dudes there. Guess it's... What am I supposed to do here? Right. Sneak. This is annoying because it's like, I don't know how I could, like, if there's like a breach sequence, I can take out enemies somewhat quickly. But without it, oh, did they leave? I guess there's 2 dots here now. Okay. I guess it's like, we're up there. Okay, so it's like pretty scripted, I guess, dealing like with each of the threats. That doesn't seem like super fun or interesting. But we'll see if we can persevere. Oh my god. I fucking hate the AI hive mind. I can buy that the sniper dude, like, noticed me shooting a guy 2 feet to his left. But him, like, the timer ticking down to his alert state activating just made everyone in the area know exactly where I was. See, this is the thing. Like, this is going to be trial and error. And every subsequent attempt is, like, first you got to sit through this, and then you got to work your way back to, like, where you fucked up before you can try something different.
Take your time and stay out of sight, Bond.
Oh, yeah, I should probably crouch.
Bond, destroy the laptop to disable the drone gun.
Yeah, so there's like too many dudes there. There's like, you can see 4 dots. I'm not sure if it's like having done that and then getting closer. Took like this route last time. I don't know if it makes a difference. I'm just looking at the map to see if they... Yep, okay. You guys start moving. But also like what makes these guys like more or less, like I can't sneak past their sniper. I don't know if technically I could have intercepted that guy as he was like walking up the escalator. But yeah, it very much feels like it's all about like sussing out the route you're supposed to take. Dark little alcove here. Just like, is it a better way to take out these 2? Guess you could try doing this. Okay, I was expecting it to trigger like a stealth kill thing, but that's fine. So now I've got a silenced sniper rifle. I can snipe dudes, but they would have to be like out of range from someone else to see them being sniped. And like, how the fuck do you judge that?
007, there are just 20 targets in the area now.
Just 20, huh? Done like what, 5? So this guy like went back to the starting area, I guess. The thing is, like, I can see this kind of mission actually being quite fun to do when you learn it, but the process of like redoing it to learn, like, I just feel like it's going to be kind of annoying. Like, I don't know if I can shoot that guy. He might be... Like, someone might be looking at him. And I don't know how exposed I would be up here. But probably less than if I took the bottom route. Yeah, see, that guy would definitely notice. So I guess I can hopefully take out this guy first. Killing. Luckily, the corpses will phase out of existence at least, so there's no no risk of that alerting anyone else. It's pretty tense, like not knowing coming up, but it's more about like how fucking annoying it'll be to redo it. Surely this guy is not like too far away for someone else to spot him. Yeah, I'm sure we could like stealth him. I'm not sure about dropping down here. Extra quiet and careful. I think I could just there's another sniper rifle there in case we summon the first one.
I hear something.
Oh, I was standing up after having unladdered myself. I was not crawling, so that's why you heard. I was panicking there for a bit. I didn't realize he would hear me because I thought I was crouching.
Suppose with blackcurrant jam. Yes. Our talents are being wasted here. I didn't volunteer for special ops training to become anyone's T-boy.
There's like 3 dudes there.
Bring him the tea. Sure. And after he shoots me, you can inherit the job.
I could never fill your shoes.
I hate you.
Guy's also on his own now. But there's some wandering dude left. Probably need to...
It's not the house that are killing me. It's the not smoking.
You don't really want to necessarily engage them when they're standing together like that. You can, provided you actually can pick them up quickly enough, but that's kind of a big if. Now, someone might like patrol in here, a little bit spooked by. I'm gonna try to move to higher ground. If I are you serious? Okay. I can't get over that ledge. I see. There's a ladder there. There's a sniper there somewhere. That's the thing. Like, I can't tell. There was a sniper. Presumably. Yeah, I can't tell if any of those guys are, like, watched by someone else. It doesn't look like it on the map, but... Fuck it, let's give it a try. It's research. Okay, that's fine. That guy looks pretty lonely.
I'm picking up just 10 targets remaining.
This pile right here I'm a little bit worried about. So there's 1 below and 2 on this floor, I guess. So there should be 1 down here somewhere. I can't see yet, but probably gonna need to go through this tunnel anyway. Trust that he's alone, so there's 1 person there. But where's the other guy? Like, I don't know which of the 2 dots I'm seeing. And this, of course, is designed for me to not... Well, maybe. Yeah. Like this wall right here feels like it's designed to obstruct. But do this so I can actually Ah, so he's standing right next to this big wheel. Based on his feet, it looks like he's looking towards me. And that guy over there. But he might just be... I don't think... Yeah. Okay, I can't get through there. I think if I shoot this guy over there, the guy who's right behind this big wheel might notice. I feel like that's like a little bit of a trap. Then there's 10 more guys, so there's got to be like a whole separate section. But yeah, because like he should have his back turned now, essentially, if I crawl up here. Someone's on my... Whoa! Okay, the next wave of enemies just spawned in. Let's just do this, we can get rid of... the better... I'm assuming this has a... silencer. Got more than enough ammo. That... Okay. Now where do I go from here? Dude, not having the dots on the map would make this like such a headache. So there was one guy that like moved past here pretty closely. I have no idea where he might have gone, but I'm sure if they kind of mostly patrol or kind of do like one sort of set route. Okay, there's like a guy behind. Yeah, so this guy I can't shoot. Guy next to him will notice. I don't think... Well, I might get a different vantage point from up here. Okay, all the way over there. Fuck.
This mission calls for stealth.
Okay. We'll give it one more go. Because we actually made good progress in... once you do learn what to do, I think you can move pretty swiftly. You can certainly be the word, it's the opposite of cautious. It's very easy to get impatient and you get like kind of reckless. But yeah, I don't know. Like the problem is, again, at this point, I don't know who saw him. So I don't know what actually screwed me over there. I know I shouldn't do what I just did. Obviously, it didn't work.
Bond, destroy the laptop to disable the drone gun.
But I don't really have more information than that. Hopefully, that first sniper that very, very nearly ended the mission goes a little smoother this time. Okay, these guys are moving away already. That could take out that guy. But knowing that I can go up here, because I'm pretty sure that's the guy who would walk up and just stand next to the sniper. Yeah, he's alone now. And I'm sure there's like quick kill strats basically. But the biggest thing is just like figuring out who's isolated that you can actually kill. So this guy I think should be safe.
I'm picking up just 20 remaining targets.
The guy on the left is not, like, there's someone standing there who's being watched over by another guy. There's one patrolling here somewhere who I'm not seeing currently. Okay. Obviously, you don't get, like, super clear conveyance of people's, like, visual range and line of sight. Right. I kind of go, okay. back here. But I'm pretty sure I have the like marksman modifier, and actually, can we see that? Nope, of course the game won't show us. And I think that was a wise choice, because you kind of, it doesn't make that big of a difference. Because if you kind of are in a position to not, if you are helped by not having to do headshots, you're kind of in a bad spot to begin with. So I think this guy should be safe to kill, right? I guess health shouldn't really matter either. Like, just in case there would be fall damage. Ooh, I don't know if I saw this route. Two guys there.
Black currant jam. Yes. Our talents are being wasted here. I didn't volunteer for special ops training to become anyone's team.
Okay.
Telling you, it's not the house that I'm killing. It's not smoky.
If you lit up next to the
Ooh, this might help.
that would surely kill us both.
I think
I super fucked up this route, okay. Two guys. And there's one guy in the tunnel below. That guy's solo now.
Did you hear something?
Fuck off. Alright. I would have expected the spot I was at to be like when that one guy who got me, the guy who discovered me now, he like walks off to the right, and I thought I would be able to, I thought going to the right would be in like the perfect spot to pick him off when he went solo, but I should have stayed in the first spot to kill the other guy when the guy in the light shirt left. But that spot on the right was obviously good for picking off the other guys, so
Take your time.
can
Stay out of sight, Bond.
improve our pace here a little bit. I was, however, correct in my analysis that this would not be a first try clear. I just hope. Well, it's not
Bond,
gonna
destroy
matter.
the laptop to disable
I
the
was just
program.
about to say, I hope I can get more than 2 stars. But it's like, what difference does it really make? But ironically, this is like becoming more engaging than the other ones in the sense that it's like, I think it is a shorter mission, but also like you're kind of more invested in it. Right. There's really no need, like, I got a little bit lucky last time because I was actually in a decent spot to get him, but it's not super easy to pick these guys off while they're walking. It's all right. I mean, it's not super difficult, but you know, it's riskier, and if you fuck it up, then well, here you go. At least it was early. But it's not really, I don't think that strategy I was using just now is by any stretch less risky than just waiting for him to get up and stand next to the sniper, at which point
Take your time and stay out of
I
sight.
can do what I did the first time I got there and just headshot the one guy and then melee the sniper. Like the easier way of doing it anyway.
Bond, destroy the laptop to disable the drone gun.
Really hard to see. I'm not sure how it looks on stream, but on my monitor, like pitch black. I could only barely make out when my sights on my pistol like overlapped the or like blocked out the screen monitor or whatever on the laptop. What is that? This? No, wait, hang on. I was gonna say, is that the sniper? But no, of course the sniper was there.
He's bled out.
That guy fucking on the ball, dude. He noticed very quickly. I wasn't necessarily expecting that.
Just 20 targets left, 007.
Okay, so then there's these guys on the bottom floor. I'm like a little bit ahead of the route from last time, but I guess I can just get ready because he's gonna go stand over here. I'm like less sure of the route, so that guy won't. Okay, we're good in this area for now. I feel like I could do it checkpoints. I wouldn't mind. Pistol almost. I kind of forgot about him, but
What is it this time? Again, in a glass, I suppose, with black currant jam. Yes. Our talents are being wasted here.
I guess they have like different shirts on.
Become anyone's teen boy. Maybe you should tell him that when you do. Did you hear something?
So fucking stupid. One guy notices a bullet hitting a wall, and in 1 second, the entire fucking neighborhood knows exactly where I'm standing. Ugh. Okay. I do want to clear this because I kind of want to see the whole mission through, but we'll see how far my patience lasts. I think every other, like, there's no, it's like, it's stupid. Why does the stealth mission not have a difficulty modifier that actually modifies how difficult the stealth is? Like, why is there not a
Take your time.
reaction
Stay out of
time modifier to like control how much leeway you get to fucking up the stealth? That's like the one thing that makes a difference. Enemy health doesn't make a difference. Well, I mean, I guess it might. I don't really know. If I have to headshot them 3 times to kill them, I guess that would make a difference.
Bond, destroy the laptop to disable the drone gun.
But I don't know. It's still kind of stupid. But yeah, I was saying before, like, what was I saying? Oh yeah, the enemies. The actual like visual 3D model for the enemy is like randomized between each run, because they're all like the same generic enemy type, basically, I guess. Or some of them are anyway. So you can't really distinguish like the different routes based on the color of their jacket or whatever. Some guy who has a light gray jacket might be like a bald guy with a black jacket next time.
He's bled out.
Oh!
Just 20 targets left, 007.
Way fucking turn around to dodge was... Ooh, I wonder if he stands over by that wall. I guess I can probably snipe him from over here, but he might be... well, we'll... so easy to get impatient because you also don't know exactly like what the ranges are for when others are gonna notice, etc. Oh yeah, he does stand in that. Actually give it a shot. What if I can see him from over here? Oh yeah, wow, he's like fucking wide open. Thought it was like leaning on against a wall or something. I guess it just looked like that from that vantage point. Oh, I fucking hate this. The way you stand up. Like, I'm not even taking cover, but you still, like, stand up when aiming from a crouching position. Like, perfectly have the railing block your aim. Like, kind of stupid. Yeah, that guy definitely had, like, a darker jacket on before. But it's especially these guys who are, like, standing in the middle here that had me a bit confused about who's who.
Yes, sir. At once.
What is it this time?
The commander wants his tea.
Again? In a glass, I suppose, with black currant jam.
Yes.
Our talents are being wasted here. I didn't volunteer for special ops training to become anyone's tea boy.
Maybe you should tell him that when you bring him the tea.
Sure. And after he shoots me,
Be isolated.
inherit the job.
Could never fill your shoes.
I hate you.
I think maybe one guy went to the tunnel. Yeah, so I could follow that guy. And he was the guy... No, wait. Oh, so he goes... Okay. But once he kind of walks out of earshot, should be able to take out this guy just fine. And tunnel guy should then eventually return. Go over here for now.
Telling you, it's not the house that are killing me.
Yeah, so those two guys are also gonna like split up a little bit. I guess that guy might be seen by the sniper if I shoot him first. But I don't think anyone's keeping tabs on the sniper. And once these guys... It might be safest to take out him first. I don't even know where the...
Only 10 targets left, 007.
The dot that's right in front of me has got to be the tunnel guy. Okay, you can sort of take this route. Okay, cool. But I don't really know how to approach him. I have no idea where he's like facing and slash or if he's gonna turn around. I mean, I guess with enough distance it should be fine. Okay. So who the fuck can I shoot? I shot the guy on the top. This guy. And that fucked me up. Is that a laptop? It is. Okay. Take out that. Progress at least. Hard to tell who's... Huh. Didn't deactivate the... Oh, no, wait. There's a... Ah. Another turret down here. Luckily, they don't notice or give a shit about that. Could it be that this guy is like close enough to this guy? I guess like depth perception is a bit lacking here, so it's hard to crawling with dudes. I'm like kind of too far away to see clearly how close anyone is from anyone else. It would seem like the guy down here is like kind of isolated, but I can't, you know, the radar's not helpful here. So I can't see if there's someone else like to his immediate left or anything. And if I shoot a guy and trigger the alert, like I will have no idea what triggered it. But I guess none of these are snipers, so they shouldn't have like extreme vision range. So they're all like facing this way. It does seem to me as though this guy... Yeah, I think I have to go up this ramp so I can get to these two guys from like behind. little bit sketchy, but he's the only guy down here. Order in which you have to take out these guys is not super obvious. No way that guy's gonna... He might... Like, I don't even know if they're... If it's different based on their, like, facing direction. I think these are the 4 guys who are left. But how do I make sure that the guy on my left there is, like, the most isolated? Is it when he's on the far left? You would think. And this guy right in front of me, too. Right above me, I should say. Guy, see there? That's definitely the only guy who could threaten to see this guy. Right? Those guys have their back turned. There's no way. Okay, I'm gonna take the long way around because I'm pretty sure those guys are not gonna move. I can't approach them from the side to take them out because I need to do the maneuver I did on the first sniper, where I shoot one of them and then immediately melee the other. Oh, there's more guys. Fuck. Are they below me? Okay, these are not the last guys. I lost count. They would be down. Yeah, this doesn't lead anywhere. Yeah, I have to go through the tunnels. Oh, of course, right next to each other.
So what are you going to do when this is over?
For now, anyway.
Antigua, I'm going to take the money and buy a hotel.
Yeah, right.
They're closing up around the corner that... I guess maybe I'll just have to wait for them to stop talking and see if they split up.
They're hiring up in Kabul. Big money.
I think I'm supposed to...
You'll be able to start 2 hotels. Start a chain.
Maybe I'll think about it.
You keep thinking. That's what you're good at.
I could tell that the dialogue was like about to end, so I wanted to make sure that they didn't immediately start walking. Okay, we just have to do the same maneuver. This is stressful.
That's all of them, 007.
Okay. Do we need to reach an exit? Yeah, there we go. 1 star, of course. 1 star. So this is all the information you get. I mean, we didn't speed run it, obviously. We were pretty slow. But... Man. I'm, like, curious what you would... Like... I'm curious what you would need to change here to get a higher score. Because it doesn't tell me what my completion time translates to in terms of points. It doesn't tell me how many points I need for 2 stars. So I don't know. Obviously, if I increase the difficulty rating and maintain the same time, I will get a higher score. If I maintain the difficulty rating and complete it faster, I'll get a higher score. But I don't know what's being multiplied by 1632, or like how it's translating the time to points. Like, is 1 star... I don't know. I got 7,700, so it's like, do I need 8,000 for 2 stars, or do I need 20,000 for 2 stars? I have no idea. Because presumably, if you finish it, you'll get at least 1 star. It was satisfying to complete, but it's still... Ah. It was still around 10 minutes. And obviously, as I learned each part of it, I was able to do it faster and faster. I should be able to complete it faster this time. But it's not like trying to actually get a good time would drive me nuts, I think, because I would eventually, you know, I would start playing riskier, and then 4 minutes in, you fuck up and you have to redo it. That gets infuriating very quickly. So that pretty much seals our fate, because we have one more stealth mission to do here, and I don't expect us to get 2 stars on that either. So we were gonna have to most likely cheat code our way through not just the final level, but the last couple, which is fine. It doesn't really matter. It's just like, you know, on some level it would have been more satisfying to actually feel like you complete it, but I'm not really doing this for the sake of completing it. It's more about just seeing what these missions are and how they work. But let's do something completely different. Well, we're still gonna have to kill everyone. But let's see what we can do here. I think we'll do dots always on, just to save time. RPG lowers the difficulty a bit here. We'll turn on ragdoll because it just makes it easier to see if enemies are dead or not. About what it changes. Enemy aggressiveness is like probably good because it I assume if it makes them hunt me, I'll find them quicker. Yeah, it's funny that Golden Gun is like less of a difficulty penalty than infinite ammo, even though the Golden Gun also has infinite ammo and kills in one shot. I guess, well, infinite ammo you can combine with different like health ratings, but if you change, like if we bump up or down the enemy health, as soon as we activate Golden Gun, it'll lock it back to ×1. How low does this go? Wait, I didn't realize we're up in the 70s. Like, whoa, hang on. 30 is the lowest. Okay. Half health. We'll just die really quickly. Like the first one went on for much longer than I expected. I just want to see if we can like make it go a little faster. What's the scale? 1 to 9. Okay. Bump it up a little bit. Curious if we can kind of get it closer to the original. I didn't realize I have the Golden Gun on. Fuck it, we'll do that. We'll try it and see how that works. Which I guess we can bump this up. Marksman does a fair bit. Anyway, I don't want to spend 5 minutes in this menu, so but having the Golden Gun means we don't have to think too much about picking up ammo or anything like that. I guess you don't get stealth with that, but that's fine. I kind of want, like, the first one we did, the first level was an elimination, and for that one it's just like I had to spend significant time finding the dudes to kill. It's not like a horde mode where they just you know.
007, see if you can locate any additional equipment before you engage the enemy.
Wait. Hack? Something that can be hacked. I guess it's like down. Oh, I can hack it from here. Highly precise aiming of your phone hacking is kind of goofy. Wait, the level goes this way too? Fuck it.
Hostiles are heading your way, 007.
I guess maybe I should go the other way and let the turrets take care of these guys. Well, I got 0 kills so far, but... Oh, I didn't realize it's I mean, I guess it makes sense. But you have to like reload every bullet. likely awkward gun to use. Actually, do I get credit for the turret kills? I didn't even think about that. I do. The number's going up.
There are 14 targets in the area, 007.
Get away from the drone gun!
Delayed reaction there. Where the fuck did that guy go? Level layouts are like a bit mazy. See, like, it's so
More
empty.
hostiles are heading your way, 007.
I fucking died. I did not realize that the golden gun had such terrible rate of fire. So I was like, well, obviously that's the gun I'm gonna want to use. So I didn't pick up anything else. But I assume it replaces the P99 and I can still carry other weapons. What I'm going to do is, I think I'm going to activate those turrets and then go the other way.
Bond, look for additional weaponry before you engage the enemy.
Yeah, this works. Wait, do I? Yeah, okay. Weirdly precise.
Hostiles are heading your way, 007.
Oh, this is just like a little monster closet. Okay. I see. So the whole map is like this way. Whoops. Did they unhack? No, they're red because they're targeting enemies. I think I hit him. Like, pretty big, weird air. Like, the level design is so different from, like, the campaign levels.
40
What's up,
targets
Marsdith?
left, 007.
We're doing the MI6 Ops mission mode, which is, like, not great. I guess you could argue sum up the game experience in general. Okay, but kind of annoying. Almost weird that there's so much verticality here, because it's like so little of that in the main game. Are the turrets like expended now?
Medic!
Ragdoll's a bit fun, at
Stay
least.
alert, 007. They're sending reinforcements.
Grenade. Well, actually making good use of that is not the easiest.
Run! Go!
So weird, like, I think for a mode like this, it would make way more sense for this to be like actual, like, multiplayer bot matches with different, like, you know, Quake 3 campaign style. But here it's like, you get these weird missions. Like, this map design, I think, is just not well suited for this kind of mission, because you end up having this weird, like, chase for the enemy, and I don't know, that part's just not very fun. Heal up my blood. Oh my god, the reload. And it's like, especially I guess if you're in these like back hallways, this is where the enemies spawn. So they can literally just like spawn behind you out of nowhere.
You won't get away again. Go, go, go. I'm out. I need cover.
007, there are just 20 targets in the area.
So you go from this like weird contrast of not much going on to a dude like suddenly opening fire from point blank range right where you're standing. Yeah, I'm just like using the minimap more than anything. And then these guys just like running away.
Soldier down.
Yeah, the whole dynamic of it is very strange.
Enemy. I need cover.
See the guy on the staircase. Heal up.
I'm picking up just 10 targets.
Now I'm fucking dying. Yeah, that felt pretty good. You just kind of don't really want to be in that gigantic open space because you just get shot at. I mean, it makes sense, I guess. Cannot see where I'm being shot at. So 4 guys left. That's the thing. We have to like chase them down. The mission won't end. It's not like it's, you know, just spawning dudes and we gotta clear them out. Or like just get a kill count. It's like these are the guys and you have to kill every single one of them. It's not very well designed in my opinion. Up here somewhere. Still. Where the fuck is he? Like out of bounds? There we go. Oh, no, wait, hang on. 49?
Good work, 007.
No, 50. Okay.
You've accomplished the objective.
Just took a minute. 1 star, of course. Up base hole. 7 minutes. Like it managed to make these feel so tedious. I should have, I guess, used my instincts, followed my instincts and just set it to like a lower number. Now we're back to defense, which is like the most tedious kind. At this point, I guess I don't give a shit about the star ratings, so it can make it easier. Just like prevent the risk of having to redo it. So like at this point, I feel like there's no way in hell you could possibly get more than 1 star. Yeah, so we're playing MI6 Ops, which is a new game mode they added in this reloaded version of the game, where it's 11 missions, which, as far as I can tell, are all based on multiplayer maps. But they're not multiplayer like bot matches or something like that, which I thought it might be. But they're primarily 3 different types of missions. The one we just did was elimination, where you have to kill a certain number of enemies. And there's defense, which we're doing now, where we have to do a series of computer uplink, whatever. We activate a console, and then we have to stand there and defend it from waves of enemies. And then there's the stealth sneaking mission, which we did for this, which was... Every one is like its own flavor of annoying and tedious. The stealth one, honestly, I thought it would be the worst, but it's kind of actually the most fun. It's just the most punishing and the most annoying to like have to restart frequently. But none of them are super fun, sadly. I think it could have been designed in a much better way. Even if the missions were the exact same, the fact that you cannot see how much score you need to reach the next star threshold is absurd to me. I feel like the RPG is also just going to be kind of a little bit of a hassle because you have a low rate of fire. Maybe you have a combination of modifiers where it makes sense with enemy health or whatever, but I don't know. For all the different modifiers you get, like I feel like there's a bunch that I would like to actually change. Like again, for the stealth one, there's like difficulty modifiers, but there's like 5 modifiers versus the like 20 or whatever you had there. And the one thing that actually changes how difficult the stealth is like the perception of the enemies, how long it takes for them to go into alert mode and stuff like that. Like if you flub something, you have a couple of seconds to kill the guy who saw you, but you can't change how quickly they react, because basically if you get seen, if you kill the guy who saw you and he's not seen by anyone else, you're fine if you kill him within like 2 seconds. But if someone sees you, or if someone like notices anything, like you fire a bullet, a silenced bullet into a wall from behind a corner, and they go, huh, someone's here, and then that 2-second timer expires and every enemy knows exactly where you are, and you're like, mission failed, game over. That window of time is like the obvious thing to like be able to change. So if you extend that window of time from 2 seconds to 4 seconds, suddenly it's actually easier. You get actual leeway. And if you change it to half a second, then it's essentially like, I mean, you could make it even lower, debatably. Although I guess if you make that window too short, those little situations where I killed off 2 guys in quick succession would maybe not even work. So I don't know. I mean, it's a system that's mostly fine. I think it's just stupid that they have this sort of hive mind thing where if someone notices you, everyone knows exactly where you are. Like it's you know, takes you out of it a little bit. For the purposes of a stealth mission, I actually find it more acceptable. It's like annoying when it happens, but at least it's a clear rule. It's kind of actually when you're in the campaign, you get sort of pulled out of the illusion of what you're doing right there in the mission, and you know, it becomes a little needlessly unforgiving. But yeah, the stealth ones are like you have to do a lot of trial and error to route the level and get through it. And that's actually the stealth levels do not use the multiplayer levels. It's like a section of a single player level, so it actually is like a linear tunnel section, which makes sense. But these ones where you have to like do all this shit is just annoying, and the missions are much too long. They're not fun to redo when they're like 7 to 12 minutes. But yeah, you'll see how this works. You can see on the map there's like 3 little things there. So once we activate, it's even this own little area here. So it takes 3 minutes. So now I have 3 minutes of defending enemies. So at every minute, like the Royal Rumble, every minute a new entrant will join the fight, or a new wave of enemies in this case. There's someone left there somewhere. Now we have to wait for 20 seconds for the next wave. So I guess in this one there weren't any turrets that we can program. I think. I guess we should get a phone. I have mines, I guess.
More hostiles are heading your way, 007.
Oh, they have a little different route this time. I guess the mine was fucking useless. So you see that's the life bar of the computer console up top. Okay. Oh, there we go. I was gonna say, can I shoot the mine? I guess I can. Throwing grenades takes like fucking 4 seconds. So useless. Nice little tactical roll.
Stay alert, 007. They're sending reinforcements.
Wanted some ammo, but
They're sending reinforcements, 007.
and we're like inside a monster closet. That's pretty bad. Get back. Hide. So I think we're like scored on that thing, I guess. On how much health the console has at the end.
To go, 007.
But again, I don't really care. As long as we get through this.
Bond, they're trying to destroy the console.
Yeah, I know. That's like the whole premise of this mode, Tanner. I am aware.
Data downloaded. Move on to the next console, 007.
So that's 1 out of 3. That was alone like not that exciting, a little bit half tedious, and that's 1/3. Now we have to do that 2 more times. I guess we don't probably get refills on any grenades or anything. What's up, Mudu-sama? Fuck, do they even spawn from here? But yeah, so you have these like each little arenas. I don't know, for all I know, I guess this probably isn't a multiplayer map. This might just be its own original level for this. It's kind of like, I don't know, I don't care, really. Fuck's sake. This scene in the movie, yeah. Classic scene. Fucking harbor modem upload defense in GoldenEye. Like 4 enemies. Ammo. So weird. So that now they are spawning like super gradually.
More hostiles are heading
But
your
now
way,
wave 2
007.
starts. I don't really get it, but it seems kind of more chill. I much prefer this over these like annoyingly open areas. Oh, I got him. Oh, auto lock on. Didn't quite function. One more wave. A lot more manageable.
They're sending reinforcements, 007.
Right behind me.
Stay alert, 007. They're sending reinforcements.
Rate of fire's a little weirdly inconsistent in this thing, but helicopters. Yeah, I guess they always send in like helicopters on the last wave, but doesn't really make too much of a difference in this one because. Okay, another chopper. No, we're done. Okay. Just one more. The computer store in the movie is cool because it's like a cool 90s internet thing. Like, there's just no personality to anything in this. Like, it could have been so interesting if they had made this like a period piece. Like, you could really lean into that and actually give it a little bit more identity. Like, actually make it significantly more, I think, distinctive and memorable, like, compared to anything and everything else on the market. Keep forgetting if, like, when you pick up a weapon, whether the current weapon you have is the one you keep or the one you drop. Because obviously you equip whatever you pick up. But because you immediately swap which weapon you have up, like it's not really, you don't get any immediate feedback on what else is in your inventory. This is a bad place to keep this important console in the fucking parking lot overseen by the entire marina. I'm there somewhere. Seconds to.
More hostiles are heading your way, 007.
Oh. Toss something that might explode somewhere, maybe, I don't know. Like, ostensibly I'm defending the computer console, so what matters. But of course, you know, I don't want to die either. It's getting a little bit rough, actually. The AI is also kind of weird. Like, a lot of the time, they just kind of run around in ways that just, it's a little confusing what they're even trying to do. Okay. Wave over, but there was a straggler that just got lost somewhere. Okay, I'm all out of... It's not the weapon I wanted. All these like chain link fences and boxes and shit, it's like really hard to even see anything.
30 seconds to go, 007.
I might just like kind of run away and try to regroup in this strange, awkward way. I will say I think I like this better than the last defense one, because at least this one wasn't in some like pitch black, rainy environment where you can't see anything.
That was the last one, 007. Good work. Get out, Bond. We have all the
Oh,
evidence.
that's right, you gotta fucking extract. I forgot. I figured the mission like would end, and I just forgot that it's like, oh yeah, I gotta make sure not to die. 1 star. 13.5 minutes. Like, oh my god. Like, do you want to redo that for more score? Like, absurd. Like, why can't you... First of all, 3 waves, or, you know, 3 consoles at 3 minutes each is like just way too long. But why couldn't you, like, why isn't there a setting for how many waves per console or something? The actual scalability of the difficulty thing is, I think, a little whack. Or at least, I find it annoying and frustrating that I don't feel like I get the tools to actually make it more how I would want it. So I don't know. So now we have another stealth mission. And we did some difficulty tweaking here, but it didn't really make it much of a difference because we still ended up with 1 star. We're definitely going to do dots always on. I think we can do enemy. Actually, let's try double health because I'm curious to see if that means. Did we not play with marksman last time? Wait, hang on. Let me. Oh, okay. It saves. No, these are just the options I just set. So I guess maybe we didn't play with marksman last time. So marksman means you have to shoot him with headshots, but that's what I was doing, and like you kind of don't, in a situation where you need to quickly shoot them somewhere else, you're kind of already screwed. But I'm curious if at what point headshots are no longer an instant kill. We're gonna find out quickly because we're gonna have to do trial and error to route and get through this level anyway. Yeah, I think the concept of this mode, like when I read about it and when I looked at the menu before I had started playing any of it, I was super excited because it's like, yeah, the campaign is kind of boring, but what if you take snippets of the campaign and remix them and rejigger them and give you the option of like creating essentially a more arcadey score-based, like instead of playing this 30-minute mission, let's take this 2-minute segment of it and give you like let you grind it over and over to improve your score, and you know, add some twists and permutations to it to make it a distinct experience. Like that sounds cool. That sounds more fun than the campaign. But it's like, no, let's make them 12-minute missions where you know, you have to do stuff that's kind of tedious, and then you get all these modifiers that don't really change things in that interesting of a way. Like, yeah, I would have no desire to like come back to this. The unique level, I don't know. Yeah, by default you don't get all the dots on the radar, and I actually don't know what the actual behavior is, but I guess you don't always, because you have an option that makes the difficulty easier. Okay, let's science this. Yep, okay. A headshot doesn't kill with double damage. It doesn't make it impossible or anything, it just means that you have to either melee them or like shoot them twice. But I'm curious to go to 1.5 and see. I just want to kind of find out. I guess it depends on the weapon too. If you have a more powerful weapon, in the first stealth mission we got a sniper rifle that we used for kind of most of it, which presumably would deal more damage. But yeah, so on paper having a mode like this I think is it has a lot of potential, but there are some crucial flaws in how it's actually executed in this game. The biggest really for me is that it doesn't tell you what the score thresholds are. So you never know what you're actually targeting. Okay. So even at 1.5, you can't kill with a headshot. I mean, I'm kind of trying to game the system by giving me a score bonus for something that won't have an impact on how I play. So, you know, that's fair enough. But I feel like I'm not out of line for wanting this to be a little less tedious and annoying. I feel like the game started it by making these missions overly long and tedious. Although I guess we should, as a control here, we should make sure that he actually dies on a headshot. Yeah. Just making sure. He could see me there. Yeah, so that's how this goes. And honestly, this wouldn't be so bad if it wasn't for this. The load times are atrocious. For, like, that way it would have to just deal with this. Like, it's so incompatible with the wanting to try over and over. Like, it's just... And the only... You know, I'm damning it with faint praise here, but, like, the only thing that I think makes it less of an issue otherwise is that the missions are so long that you're not going to see that so frequently or suddenly. But these missions in particular, you're kind of likely to restart as you're learning the route. Where he goes to the other room. It's kind of baked in that you'll play for not even 2 minutes. You'll play for 10 seconds and then have to restart because something happened that you weren't aware of. So, I don't know if I can cause an accident here. It seems like it's... Well, maybe not. Maybe, actually. Try it. There's a guy downstairs.
Set off the alarm, 007. This mission
Yep.
is now over.
So I need to take out another guy first and then do that. That's like this is what this mode is, which is still more fun than the other ones. But it's presented in a way that, like, the actual fun is kind of buried under a deep layer of annoyance. But I still want to, like, these are the only ones with, well, I mean, of course you can get killed in the other modes and that's a failure state, but for the other ones you just kind of need to survive till the end, and that, you know, that'll make you, you'll have completed it at that point. It'll be trivial, I think, for the most part to get through them. So these are a little bit more interesting to make your way through. But I would like to get at least, you know, to have at least seen the end of all missions. But those 3 guys get killed from that engine block or whatever. But there's the guy over on the left who I cannot see. Over there.
Mission called for stealth.
So now he was too far. I was just kind of looking on the map. So you have to, like, the main threat in this is that if an enemy sees another enemy get killed, the 2-second window or whatever activates, and if that person doesn't get killed within that window, you're, you know, mission failed. But the enemies are, like, placed in such a way that it's a little ambiguous. You need to learn and figure out, and even, you know, this is made easier, of course, with having the dots on the radar. But even with it, like, it's very ambiguous
To set off the alarm, 007.
who is actually within whose, like, range of perception. Like, the guy up on the walkway won't notice me shooting that guy. And apparently those guys on the right in the next room won't notice me sniping the guy on the left. But I have to make sure that those 3 guys are, like, piled up under that hazard. It's not really clear why someone can or cannot. Like, is he... It's not clear how or why he is isolated, but now we have learned that he is. Or the game mode was you had to rewatch the cutscenes, but they had to spot the differences in gameplay. I mean, be something. Is he... I think he's in the blast zone. Yep. But even that, like, learning which spawn position is like the one where he's actually in, or not spawn, but like roll position. I just realized I didn't pay attention to it before, but it does actually have the number in the corner that's like the actual level progression.
Snipers are active in the area. Proceed with caution.
Okay, snipers and drone guns. I was trying to think of something more awful. I mean, I don't doubt that it would be. Making me think of the fucking Game Boy Color Austin Powers game or whatever.
I'm picking up just 20 remaining targets. This mission called for stealth bond.
Oh, my laptop was hacked. James Bond must be standing behind that pillar over there. Like, it's fucking stupid. It makes no sense. You're a man of mystery. Well, I appreciate that, I guess. The mission appears too hard. Adjust the options in the mission's modifiers menu to bring the difficulty down. There's no difficulty option I could lower to make this easier.
You can't afford to set off the alarm, 007.
It's so funny because I have very similar feelings about this as I did the whole mission objectives in the campaign, where it's like, well, the mission objectives are boring.
This game proves Daniel Craig's not stealthy.
Indeed, thank you very much for those 100 megabits, Space Hole. It's like the game's kind of more fun, or at least less annoying, more streamlined without the objectives. But it's like also kind of more boring. Oh, I have to go up there. Like, not having to do them highlights how nothing they are. But then it's like, well, when you don't have them, there's, you know, it's kind of more nothing. So obviously, activating the laptop,
Proceed with caution, 007.
for one reason or another, makes me detected. Unless it was somehow coincidental. So obviously I will need to hack that to take out some dudes with it. But I can't do it the first thing I do. This guy was standing there here, was shooting at me, but that doesn't mean that he was the one who saw me, because again, with the hive mind, as long as you get detected, everyone will know where you are. So let's try this. Yep, okay. That guy looks pretty isolated, but he could... Yeah, that's the thing. Like, they could have a friend around the corner and you'd never really know. So it might be that I need the turrets to take out those, like, last two guys or whatever. There's someone here, but I can't... No. Can't see them. Okay.
I'm picking up just 20 remaining targets.
Or is the idea that I need to hack to get through here and I should just snipe the guys? I mean, I do that. So I don't... Okay. Alright, we're good.
Good work, 007.
So that's the thing, you have like enemy spawn triggers and shit like that. So it's like these levels are completely sort of paint by numbers. You got to do it a certain way. Just got to like learn and see what the intended path is. Like, that was a little scary. Taking that shot. Halfway. Go this way. Really clear what's like an openable door. The map would like expand. Okay, well there's a dot in the next area. Whoa, well it's a dot in this fucking area. I guess the turret just turned itself. No, wait, hang on, that was a different turret? Wait. Isn't the blue beam like bad? Why didn't you rehack the same panel? Used. Can you play this bad boy with a PlayStation Move controller? You sure can. That's what the little blue strip on the cover indicates. However, since we played the Wii version with waggle controls, this is pretty fucking dicey. I elected play this on controller. I haven't seen another like phone indicator. Well, he's got his back turned, so we should be fine. I guess that this turret over here is just to make sure that we take this path. It's a lucky break that I happened to take this path before because I didn't even notice. But yeah, so you can't like walk past that beam essentially. I think he's guarding that door. Well, still basically half the level left. Bunch of loud weapons, which aren't going to be of much help. Not a door, I guess.
Take your time and stay out of sight, Bond.
So now it's just like, I have this feeling of dread about like, oh my god, I'm going to fail it, and then we have to start the whole thing over. And of course, you can get back faster every time. But it's still kind of annoying. But some enemies will essentially, I think, kind of do a one-time movement from one spot to another, and then they'll kind of be there. Others will kind of patrol back and forth a bit more. But the awkward part about this is that you won't be able to tell when you're kind of overextending in your research phase. You'll have to take some risks and kind of guess a little bit as to where you can, like who you can take out without causing problems. I don't expect that we'll get any other silenced weapons. But I am curious if there's going to be another intended like Bond move gimmick kill. There's a sniper up there on the left. And there's a dude inside that little building. Snipers are fucking... I can't walk over. I have to uncrouch to walk. Or... Snipers are usually isolated enough that you can take them out so far. There's a guy patrolling over there. Of course, you want to be close enough that you can actually shoot him. But I should be able to sneak up on the guy inside the little bunker building.
Good work, 007.
But I think... Can we
There's only 10 targets left in the area.
get up to the sniper perch here and get... Oh, there's someone controlling the ground. Someone right in front of us. Related Shirley. Fucking railings. That shit's dicey, but I didn't know where he would stop, and I didn't feel like I could take for granted that he would be stopping somewhere when I would have clear shot. There's 8 guys left, so there's 4 on the map, but that's not everything. Ooh, okay. There's a silenced sniper rifle. Obviously there's a bunch of explosive barrels there, but not necessarily helpful. I feel like I'm supposed to take these guys out from here. So the way they were like positioning this second guy, he's there. Now, are these two guys like isolated from one another? Quite frankly, hard to tell. Also, like with depth perception, I don't know how close these two guys are to each other either. Staring directly into the fire is not super helpful. Actually, honestly, I feel like I should be able to... melee... Oh, fuck it, okay. I was thinking I could sneak up to the first guy and melee him, but with all the little fire, I was like, I'm gonna step into a little fire, like, animated sprite and start taking damage and grunt loudly and alert him or something. So that guy didn't actually even notice me. Guy I took out, but better safe than sorry. So the last guys haven't spawned in yet.
You must avoid the patrols, 007.
They just did as I got here. 2 guys over by the door. And they're gonna start moving around. Fuck's sake!
Set off the alarm, 007. This mission is now over.
Guys were there. How did that shot miss? How did that shot miss? It's extremely annoying because, like, even if I wouldn't have succeeded, the problem kind of is now that I don't know what those last 2 guys... Like, I'm sure that the far guy was isolated enough to shoot. But now I kind of won't know.
You can't afford to set off the alarm.
I mean, I was able to get through this. It's taking less attempts, I think, than the previous stealth mission. But because I've done it less, I kind of remember... Oh yeah, I didn't do it this time before. Or this way. He saw me. The sound cues for, like, being discovered and taking out a dude and returning to full stealth are, like, a little bit similar. But I forgot that I used to headshot that guy out of sight while the other guy was, like, walking up the ramp. And that's the exact thing. Because I didn't retrace these steps as many times, I kind of forget. So I feel mentally, emotionally, like this should be easy because we got to the very end. But because I didn't actually get to practice it, there's no guarantee that it'll actually be easy. Or at least that we will get through quickly on one attempt. Because it introduced this level with that little gimmick right here, it made me think that we would have more of these traps and stuff, but I guess hasn't really been a thing.
Snipers are active in the area. Proceed with caution, 007.
This guy. Guy. I got this guy like last time, but
007, there are just 20 targets in the area now.
I thought he was gonna yell at me that I was discovered, but I guess you like activate the turret to kill this last guy.
Excellent. Keep up the good work, 007.
Now we're like advancing to the next thing, and the last time I like walked down here, and then as I walked down here, it's like, whoop, yeah, these guys spawn. That guy's gonna like go stand behind the truck for like an incredibly awkward shot. But I think I can just sneak up on him, frankly. Yeah. A slight waste of time to do that, honestly, but versus just shooting him. You're not really short on ammo, so. Oh, he's like coming out of that door, I see. Okay, but he's currently moving towards me, but he will turn around. Or the door.
Take your time and stay out of sight, Bond.
So clearly there's some guys here moving around a little bit. Dots just flashed into existence.
Stay alert. They are here somewhere. And anyone I need. I don't know how many there are.
I'm sure there's like speed strats here, but by and large it seems wise to just wait for them to disperse a little bit. Given that you can actually get up through that staircase, you don't like you could sneak up on the sniper dude.
Well done, Bond. This mission called for...
I was like, oh, did I get him? Because we got the sound cue of like... Well, we got a sound cue for killing him, but I guess he alerted the hive mind in the meantime. See, that's one of those things where I got that shot the first time, so I you know, I had this confidence built up that I could do it, and then I couldn't do it.
You can't afford to set off the alarm, 007.
My new strat. I'm never gonna bother with. Takedowns. We'll have to wait for this other guy to get in position. Whoa. Missed the staircase.
Excellent. Keep up the good work, 007. Snipers are active in the area. Proceed with caution, 007.
Smoke.
Just 20 targets left, 007.
Oh, shit. Turret somehow took out these guys. I guess I just triggered them spawning much sooner. I don't really know what I did differently there or how that worked out that way, but it worked out. Accidental speed strats. I reckon I'm probably far away enough that that guy's also not going to see me. But with these fucking earthquake camera shakes, not really. I wouldn't save that many seconds shooting him while he was walking out, so I can just do this.
Take your time. Stay out of sight, Bond.
But as you can see, you know, I'm got back here pretty quickly. I assume I can open this door, but oh, maybe not actually. I figured that would be poor stealth choice. Of course, and of course with stuff like this, like the waiting is kind of the worst part. Stick around. Learning to do this well would be like optimizing to get rid of wait times. So the guy who walked into that little building now is the same guy who's gonna, yeah. Trying to be a little less risky with the sniper shot. Obviously he's looking out over the yard, so not be this way. Okay, they're all.
I'm picking up just 10 targets. Well done, Bond.
Fuck that up, but that should be fine. Okay, so now we're back down to these guys, which the guys who are like in the fire don't notice each other, or at least I can take out the closest guy first. I just realized I didn't pick up the sniper rifle, but I don't think I necessarily need it. I'm gonna take risks here. I know last time the guy didn't notice me doing this, but four guys left, one like
Must
right.
avoid the patrols, 007.
Ooh, I wonder if the fire extinguisher there is the key to taking out the last guys. Yeah.
Good work, 007.
Pretty fun. Hey, we got 2 stars. 5 minutes. 5 minutes is still like pretty long for something like this. Well, we're not doing that again. Well, that's 9 stars, so that gives us access to 2 more levels. Another elimination and another fucking defense. At least this is going to be the last defense level, so there's that. I've been going for 2.5 hours though, so this is a good point for a break. And yeah, I was optimistic, I guess, that we would like, oh, each of these are going to be 10 minutes, so we'll just play all of them once and we'll be good. But then I kind of got enthralled by the stealth to actually want to do it and complete them, which means we end up spending way more than 10 minutes on those. But for the remaining elimination and defense missions, we'll drop the difficulty, get through them with 1 star, and then we'll use cheat codes to unlock the final levels and get through those. But I'm very curious what assault even is. It's the only one that has like a unique mission type. Killick. I'm in deep thought indeed. A lot of mental activity to not to figure out what you need to do in this game, but just to find the focus to push yourself through it, I think. Anyway, let's do this to make sure the capture stuff doesn't get weird. I'm going to hide this, and then we shall have a little bit of a break. I'll see you guys in a couple of minutes. All right, I am back. Placeholder reminding streamer to hydrate. I've got that covered. I'm good. Thank you. K Deadbot, what you just witnessed was one of the several scenes in World of Jiggy, which is more of an art project than a game, if you want to call it that. It's kind of a visualizer of some sort, whatever you want to call it, that I designed for the stream. It's all made by me. Well, I didn't make a lot of the animation. A lot of the animations from Mixamo, but I did all the art. And it's not... Well, it's not entirely non-interactive. There's some light interactions in some of the scenes you may have seen there, but there isn't a game, nor is it intended to be. It's just, you know, various little scenes and vignettes and scenarios with a certain kind of aesthetic, which is something I may or may not expand more upon in the future. It'd be fun, but it's pretty time consuming, and I've got a lot of plates spinning currently, but who knows. What am I looking for here? The game capture. Boom, there we are. But yeah, I'm glad you like it. I like it too. Okay. Yeah, I mean, it's fun to do. Like, it's all running in real time in Unreal Engine 5, and it's not really the best necessarily environment or like platform for something like that, but it's what I have available. And I like, part of what doing it was to learn for kind of for work purposes, learn more Unreal Engine stuff. It was like the quickest route to get something to do what I wanted it to do. But for sure I would love to do more to explore that kind of aesthetic. But that's the thing, like, I've got a lot of different things going on at once. Even if we're talking strictly within art things that I want to do, that I'm kind of working on and I'm bouncing between, so there's never enough time to do all the stuff you'd like to do. And I put some work into the World of Jiggy stuff in the last year and change, I guess, and it's been fun to work on, but it's something that I could potentially invest like an infinite amount of time into. And it's a matter of not in strictly like financial terms, but broadly, you know, the quote-unquote return on investment. And beyond that, it's a matter of like focus and priorities and inspiration and stuff like that too. I've got other stuff that I consider more important currently for a variety of reasons. But I have a lot of let's see if I have it right here. Let's see. No, this is my game concepts and ideas sketchbook or notepad. That's not the right one either, but yeah, we have this one though, the World of Jiggy notebook with a bunch of like sketches and notes and concepts for little scenes and mini games and stuff that I'd like to make. And it could be super duper fleshed out, but honestly what I've found in making the stuff that I have made so far is that it's quite difficult to find. Like, I have already several scenes that I barely ever use because it's not like I tried to figure out how to integrate it with the stream, and currently it's mostly just these kind of scenes that I play when I'm not doing stuff. So there's only like, well, I get to show that scene for 2 to 5 minutes every couple of hours and then that's kind of it. And even then I go on break and it's like, well, I have one of 5 scenes to choose from here. So a lot of this other stuff is kind of it's not super obvious how best to integrate it, and I think it's for sure a little bit of a design problem to solve, in that, like, and that kind of goes back to what I was saying about return on investment. Like, there's a lot of those scenes that I would love to create and they would be cool, but there's also the fact that the more of those I have made, the more rare each and every one of them will become. Like right now there's like 1 out of 5 scenes maybe, and already out of those there's like 2 or 3 that I use very rarely. But if we had a pool of 12 scenes, even then it's like, if there's a scene that you think is cool and you want to see, it's like, well, stick around for 12 streams and make sure to catch the break and you might see it. Like, it's in a way, I was about to say it's not ideal. It's not really the right way to phrase it, but it's you know, you can look at it from 2 ways. One is like, if I'm gonna go on a break, it's cool to be able to present something that's fun and interesting and appealing in its own right. But if you create something that A, is something people actually want to see and interact with, or you specifically want to showcase or do something with, then the fact that it's relegated to those kind of situations makes it a little awkward. So it's like, it does at some point it makes limited amount of sense to put extreme amounts of effort into making those things as elaborate as they can be, because at the end of the day, there's a pretty hard limit to how much you can get to present those things and have people interact with them. So it's an interesting kind of conundrum. And it's the kind of thing that I would like sort of to have an actual better plan for before I put more time into it, because there's a lot of other things that you could, and I've thought about, in terms of like doing more of a thing that's like essentially, let's say, do stuff that becomes more part of the programming, and I don't mean code, I'm talking about like the broadcast. My broadcast on Twitch is like me doing this stuff, and then when I go on break, World of Jiggy stuff shows up, or before the stream starts or at the end of the stream. The stuff I would want to create, or rather the way to integrate it, would be to make it part of the programming instead, and then that comes with its own set of, you know, demands and challenges. So it's the whole thing. But at the very least, if nothing else, I've enjoyed doing the stuff I've done, and people have given me very positive feedback on it, and I'm glad people like it. So in the event that nothing ever more comes of it, at least, you know, it's been a neat little thing that people enjoy. So I'm pretty satisfied with that, I have to admit. Anyway, let's not postpone this any further. Let's resume the timer and continue MI6 ops. So here's another hunting down the enemies. Let's reduce the, like, again, we don't really care about the score here, so let's drop it down to 40. I guess at 1.5 health, they can be a little more aggressive. The golden gun was like a little awkward because of the slow reload, so it wasn't kind of as fun as I thought. Okay, so it's like keeping options here. I don't think we want marksman. Ammo. Oops. Drops it down a fair bit, but fine. Let's like keep it easy. Bumps it up a bit, but not that much. So 5, we were effectively playing at like half the difficulty rating. But it, like, if I'm struggling to get 2 stars, or if I fiddled with it and I get 1 star, like I might as well make it trivially easy to get 1 star. Well, I have plenty of games that I'm like, I don't want to say working on in different capacities, but that I have like thoughts about and concepts for and everything.
Bond, there should be some
I'm
equipment
not
nearby.
really
Make
in
use
the
of it.
market to come up with stuff that I'm like not actually interested in myself for the purposes of commercial success, really. I don't know what it's looking for me to hack here, honestly.
You cannot hide.
Good about that. But where can I? I'm annoying. See the turret, but not. This gun kind of sucks. Where? Okay, there's another turret. Okay, the extra health is kind of noticeable here. I'm tanking stuff pretty well. Hide there, I guess. Streamline things a little bit. Those fucking janitors.
I'm picking up 30 targets remaining, 007.
Alright, 30 targets remaining. Okay, well, I gotta admit, I wouldn't have
They're sending
I would have expected the guy there. Okay, now we're in the monster closet hallways, I guess, but no one's spawning just right here. Like, the level design is so weird for these levels. So you end up in these weird little empty hallways outside the level. Is that the panel? I guess so.
I'm picking up just 20 remaining targets.
It should be a little faster, I guess. Like, I don't know if it's the aggressiveness or the map being a little bit smaller or what, but look, there's a bit less of just waiting around. Turrets help. Gotta chase down these last. Got hazmat guys. Oh, now Buster Deuces. But like the whole like enemy waves, how they just spawn and everything, like it just doesn't. It's like this kind of clunky, half-baked mode. It's... So I guess they like took out the turret, so we got as much help from them as we're gonna get. like off there somewhere. Like what are they even trying to achieve? Because they're not like hunting me down very, you know, actively. One last dude. Well, that was a lot quicker than the last one, at least. But yeah, I think these are like,
Good work.
well, these are maybe the most boring ones. The elimination ones. The defense are the most like tedious ones. Hey, 10 stars, we got a trophy. Yeah, so elimination is the most boring, defense is the most tedious, and stealth is the most annoying. That's how it goes. All right, so this is the console defense. Yeah, let's turn off infinite ammo for a bit more core, I guess. But I hate it so much that it doesn't tell you the requirements. You have no idea what you're aiming for. Like, it would suck to, like, even if it's just quote-unquote 5 minutes, redoing that, like, all right, let's ramp it up a little bit or try to do it faster. Like, let's aim for a better score. And you change some modifiers to increase the difficulty rating, and you do it again, and you still get 1 star. And you go like, okay, so what do I need to do to get more than 1 star? Like, it's so stupid. Like, it's so poorly designed and like poorly thought out.
Those consoles, Bond.
To have it just like not,
Hostiles are heading your way, 007.
you know. Can I fucking pick something up here? There we go.
Snipers are active in the area. Proceed with caution, 007.
Like for a mode like this, to not have that kind of feedback, I think it's like a crucial error in design. Because surely, like, the idea is that you're supposed to want to get the higher rating. And I feel like it's sort of self-explanatory that having a sense of where you are in relation to that rating has an impact on, like, your kind of investment. There's a weapon here somewhere. I'm stuck. All right, let's find the...
Stay alert, 007.
Where's the console, actually? It's over here somewhere. I don't even really know where it is. There's guys over here. Okay. Closer to something I can hack. Oh, there's... Okay. There's a control up there, but that's not the one I'm defending. I guess I need to figure out where they're shooting. I feel like I just disappeared. Whenever you do the little melee attack, it hits like a full second after the animation, which is also kind of weird. AK with reflex sight. Have that. I legitimately don't know.
Hostiles are heading your way, 007.
Is it over here? Oh. Yeah, I don't know where the console is.
You've got helicopters approaching your position, 007. Stay alert.
Spawning. Oh, it's over here. Okay, I found it.
Seconds to go, 007.
Comes about. Done. It's so weird too when they run like perpendicular to you and they don't even care about you, but it takes like extra time to try to hit them. It's kind of weird. Okay,
Have all the data from 007. Keep going.
going over here. And I want to figure out what it was I could hack. Because I guess that means there's a turret or something somewhere. Would be helpful, I guess. These guys are like weirdly tanky. Ah, that didn't even kill him. One guy over there somewhere.
More hostiles are heading your way, 007.
All right, 2 more waves.
Bond
Oh,
will
that guy didn't
detect
die.
helicopters converging on your location. Proceed with caution.
Enemy contact.
So annoying he's got to do this like fancy flicking away the magazine. Makes the reload animation take like a second longer. Fucking dying. Get me inside.
Target spotted. Move in and
They're sending reinforcements, 007.
Okay, final wave. Oh, snipers. I mean, I guess I can stay inside here and it'd be pretty okay, you know, for ammo situation, but something inside here maybe? I mean, if they get close enough, I get that little drop ammo. Oh, there we go. He went flying. See, the ragdoll is very convenient because it actually makes it much more
30 seconds to
easy
go,
to
007.
tell when enemies die.
They're going for the console, 007. Stop them.
Ah! There's. Okay, 1 second.
We have all
There we go.
007. Keep going.
Fucking mines are useless though. I think I just shot the console, but that's fine. We finished downloading it, I guess. Shotgun, and what else did I get to keep? This, fine, I guess. I guess the shotgun's probably not great, but oh, these are just stragglers from the last wave. Where was the thing I could hack? Side here, okay. Jump? No, okay, not allowed. There we go. I had to walk up there. Thing? Yeah. We'll do that. Maybe I should have saved that for a later
Stay
wave,
alert,
but who
007.
cares?
They're sending
Yeah.
reinforcements.
I'm not sure if it has limited ammo or if it just keeps going until they destroy it. Seems like it should have limited ammo or something to make it not too overpowered, but was that wave 1? I guess that was wave 1. So now we gotta wait 20 seconds. That's the thing, like, you don't finish a wave and then there's a countdown and the next wave starts. Like, it's just 3 minutes. And at every minute interval, a couple of enemies spawn.
They're sending reinforcements,
There we go.
007.
Yeah, went flying. Like, what the fuck is that guy shooting at? He's running full speed to the right, just firing his gun. I guess the turret's no longer active. Anyone shooting at? So, like, it's disorienting. Why would they put this panel, like, right on the corner, like, overlooking the entire courtyard so that everyone could get a nice, clean view of it? I mean, it's at 91% health, so it's, like, doing okay, but... not as, dire of a state as it might look, but...
Helicopters inbound, 007. They're deploying more troops. Stay alert.
44
They're
seconds.
sending reinforcements. Seconds to go, 007.
I'm just relying on the auto aim snapping. Let's see where fucking anything is anyway. I mean, that's not new. That's what I've been doing for the entire game, mind you, but and it is a pretty satisfying, good feeling mechanic. I'm about to die. Jesus fucking Christ. I gotta extract as well. Can't forget that. Fuck! Literal seconds. Now I gotta... Oh my god. Oh, I can't fucking deal with this. Oh, that's like 10 minutes down the drain. This is not fun. It's like so nothing. I'm not gonna get more than 1 star anyway, right? So... fuck it. Oh, but it's so annoying too, the way, like, the weapon cycling in this game. You always have, well, not always, but you always have your P99. But aside from that, I was gonna say you always have 3 weapons. You don't always have 3 weapons, but you have up to 3 weapons. But there's no, like, visualization or anything to help you keep track of which weapon is in which slot. And anytime you pick up a new weapon, assuming you have 3 weapons, you'll drop one to pick up the new one, but it's super unclear which weapon you drop. So not only is it very difficult to keep track of which guns are in your inventory if you swap weapons, you press the triangle button to cycle through the guns, and it's super hard to know which gun will come up whenever you press the button.
We need that data, 007.
Like... will the gun... why is it so finicky? Let's do this first, might as well.
Hostiles are heading your way, 007.
Like... basically, it's impossible to know if a particular gun is like 1 or 2 button presses away in, like, the cycle. So a lot of the time I expect to cycle to my other primary weapon, but I just cycle to the pistol, which, you know, it's not a particularly strong weapon. So in that situation right at the end there, like, being able to have a you know, slightly better sense there of whether I would swap to the pistol or the shotgun could have been quite helpful. But it's especially annoying, we talked about this before as well, there is even a special command. If you double tap triangle, you always switch back to the pistol. But it's not like the other, you know, tapping it once will always cycle between the 2 primary weapons, which I think would be what made sense. So that it's like you have to hold it or double tap or do something. Like, you're generally, I think, more likely to want to swap between your primaries than wanting to swap to your secondary. But because you can't really reasonably keep track of whether you are using primary 1 or primary 2, you cannot know, really, if a single button press will switch to the other primary or to your sidearm. But it kind of also doesn't really matter the way it works out, because even if you know it, like, I don't know if, you know, you can't double tap to cycle through 2 slots, because that just brings up your pistol regardless. So the whole system of how that works feels like weirdly not super
Stay
thought
alert,
out.
007. They're sending reinforcements.
Bit of ammo.
Bond, we've detected helicopters converging on your location. Proceed with caution.
I wonder if I can do this. Can I drop a mine? Yeah, there we go. Killed one guy at least.
30 seconds to go, 007. Bond, they're trying to destroy the console.
Yeah, I fucking know, dude.
Good work, 007.
I don't know why
We've got all we
I
need
wasn't
for the
hitting any of
console.
that, but
Now move on to the next one.
I think we'll do one first. Up here. And this time I will wait to activate the turret. Hang on, let me get a more comfortable position.
They're sending reinforcements, 007.
Really tanky. And again, when they like sprint while firing whatever random direction, it's like kind of annoying, and it kind of makes you feel like you can't prevent them from like shooting the console. Even if it's like a little unclear what they're even firing on.
There he is! Converge and engage!
Ammo there at least.
Stay
Do I,
alert,
like,
007. They're sending
Do I have the AK?
reinforcements.
I do, okay. Sniper somewhere? Okay, he went flying. Stuck on corners. Oh my god. Trying to swap weapons, and then I try to reload, and then I try to melee.
They're sending reinforcements, 007.
Now a turret for the final wave, at least. That should make this a little easier. What? Why am I getting stuck on?
Helicopters inbound, 007.
Just getting stuck on scenery left and right.
Seconds to go, 007.
So I'm not really sure if the difficulty like scales depending on the order in which you do the consoles. Like if the one in the hut now is going to be way more harder to defend or whatever.
Data downloaded.
I think there might have
On to the
been
next
one less
console,
sniper
007.
this time because we did the second instead of third. Like it would make sense that it would scale, right? But who knows? Ah! Shotguns. So I would, well, again, like having to go through this like song and dance to even figure out what's in your inventory is like such a nuisance. I guess it would show a thing on my, yeah, I just wanted to make sure there wasn't some hackable thing here.
More hostiles are heading your way, 007.
Alright, well, waiting. Toss a grenade somewhere, but I cannot get over how long it takes to throw that grenade. So awkward. I was in wave 2, but it's like I've barely seen anyone.
Target spotted. Move up.
Still alive after that.
Stay
Okay, wave
alert,
2.
007.
Wave
Sending
1 like didn't
reinforcements.
really amount to much, I feel like.
You've got helicopters approaching your position, 007. Stay alert.
Use a fucking full magazine to get that one guy.
They're sending reinforcements, 007.
Yeah, that didn't accomplish much. Good against these
More
guys, I guess.
hostiles are heading your way, 007.
It's pretty funny when you assume that the auto aim is gonna take care of it and then it doesn't. Okay.
Seconds to go, 007.
Seems like he just puts in like 2 shells and then it's fully reloaded. Doesn't seem like it kind of matters. Well, strange, but take it. 11 seconds. Hunt these guys. Got a few stragglers here. Done, just gotta...
We have all the data, 007.
Wait, where the fuck are we even
need to
going?
get out of there.
Leaving the entire air... Oh, God. Kind of weird, like going into an entirely different spot, but whatever. We did it. We're done. 1 star. 10 out of 48. Oh. This might have been the lowest difficulty rating we've played on, granted. Okay, so we've done everything we have access to currently. We have at least gotten a 1-star completion on all of them. We have 11 stars. We would need to grind for another 4 stars to access these next 2, and then grind for another 10 to get to the final level. However, I have it on good authority that there are cheat codes that will help us with this. Let's just hope that works. So I think you go to extras and cheat codes. So we can unlock a bunch of multiplayer stuff. Unlock classic conflict in every character multiplayer, which I guess means that there might be characters that we didn't unlock, so we might as well do that code. Then there's a code to unlock all MI6 ops and give 4-star rating to all, which seems strange. Like, why does the code give max out the rewards? You, like, I don't know. I feel like that's a weird thing. And there's another code to unlock every single player level that also gives you the Janus emblems, which are like the hidden collectibles, which is like, why is that? I don't know. It's weird. Let me just double check. Yeah, so let's try this first. See if I remember how the typing input works on PS3. Paint. Down. Right. If this works. Saving. Okay. That was supposed to unlock all the multiplayer stuff. I guess it worked. Oh, wrong button. Unlock all the MI6 ops is the Wembasil. Spell this correctly? Think so. Saving. Okay, let's go back and see. Actually, let's do this first. Do we get any new characters? I'm assuming whatever we would unlock would be like these guys or some shit. I mean, I guess it also is possible that you unlock these characters by completing the single player campaign or something, because it didn't seem like we were missing. Like, there could always be bonus extra characters, but like all the major characters from the game, from the story, as well as a bunch of classic movie characters were already here. So I'm not seeing anything new or different. Yeah, okay, nothing new here. But we may have already had all the characters. Really, I didn't look at this list either. Yeah, so we obviously recognize some of these. Yeah, but sewer, yeah, not all of these actually. Well, actually, we might not have gotten this yet. I'm not sure if every single one of these are featured in the MI6 ops mode, but let's see if that actually worked. Aha. Wait. What the? Why did it give us 4 stars for some of them? This is highly confusing. It gave us 4 stars for like all the ones we hadn't previously done, but then it gave us 4 stars for some of the ones we had done. I'm pretty sure we only got 1 star on this, but now we have 2 stars on it. Maybe we did get 2. I don't know. What a bizarre password type situation. So this is the one we just did. Then we have these 3 left. Archives. Oh yeah, that's right. There's a second nightclub, but I guess the stealth means that it's going to be the campaign version of it, I guess, and not the multiplayer version. Oh yeah, we get the description here now also. Assault means reach the extraction point without getting killed. Okay, so that's like just a speedrun level, basically, just get to the end. Which sounds like it might be more fun than everything else, honestly. We'll save that one for last anyway. We'll do them in order. So Archives Elimination, then another stealth mission. But this one we'll just blast through. Sonneveld rating. Greetings, folks. You're kind of catching us here on the tail end of GoldenEye 007 Reloaded for the PS3. In case you're not familiar, I am working my way through the history of James Bond video games, and we're very close to the end. This is in fact game number 49 out of 50, not including a few bonus games that we have also done. What a weird game and a disappointing ending. It's a lot of James Bond. It sure is. It's been a long journey. I've been working at this for a bit over 3 years. And yeah, so we finished the campaign in this game a while back, and today we've been playing the MI6 Ops mission mode. And it's disappointing because the mission design is really pretty boring. But thankfully, we were able to use a cheat code to unlock all the levels, so we don't have to grind for stars to unlock them. And then we can just crank down the difficulty to just breeze through it, so we can at least say we've seen it. Why is there no James Bond in the Mutant Priestess? Great question. Great question. I don't have an answer for you, I'm afraid, but I'm gonna say it probably has to do with Eon being famously, you know, conservative. I was gonna say controversial. That's not the word I was looking for. Conservative and very protective of the brand. I mean, until they sold it to Amazon, but you know, historically. There's plenty of games that have the word GoldenEye in the title. This is certainly far from the worst one, but it's not the most interesting or exciting. Anyway, we're just embarking on a mission where we're gonna hunt down enemies, 50 by default, but we're dropping it down to 40 to make it a little faster. We'll make the enemies a little less tanky. I mean, technically, as far as the game is concerned, we already have 4 stars in this mission, so although it's funny too that like the cheat code for whatever reason unlocks the missions and gives us the highest rating for them, but the game I guess does have like trophies for unlocking stars, but you can't like see your actual records. There's a lot of things about this that are just, it's just a little weird. Is this a remake of the N64 GoldenEye? Not exactly. It's called GoldenEye. It stars Daniel Craig. It's set in a contemporary setting relative to its release. It's not set in the 90s. Daniel Craig, James Bond, has like a hacking smartphone and stuff. Every other character also looks different, except I guess M, who's Judi Dench. But every other character is like not modeled to look like they did in the original game or film. Every location for the most part is changed. Many plot details are changed. Like everything is made different for the sake of being different, so it's not a faithful adaptation of the film, and it's not got a lot in common with the original game. I mean, it's pretty clearly just they wanted to release something called GoldenEye. They could sell it to people who would buy something called GoldenEye. It's not as egregiously shameless as GoldenEye Rogue Agent, which has nothing whatsoever to do with the game or film GoldenEye, and it is on top of that an atrociously bad game. This one is just pretty whatever. Well, sure, we'll do this, whatever. So it has like level names that are the same as the N64 game, but the level layouts, the level structure, the combat, like nothing is designed to resemble the original game. It's like the very opening, the first room of the first level is almost a one-to-one recreation of the first room of the first level in the N64 game, but that's like the only instance of that, pretty much. But because they're going for this like contemporary setting and everything, like it's
before you engage the enemy.
Nothing would make you look at it and go, oh yeah, that's GoldenEye. Like it's like, except in like very occasional superficial ways.
He's above us. Get him. Go, go.
I'm above you? I don't think so. At least not according to my radar. Oh yeah, we're playing with the ragdoll modifier to make them go flying, because that's fun, but also it makes it a lot easier to see if enemies are actually dead. So in this mission, we're just tasked with killing a set number of enemies on the top right. But it's not like it's a horde mode or infinitely spawning enemies and that's the quota. Like it is a set like order of enemy spawns And as you can see, like, they're not super aggressive necessarily. So in missions like this, you end up spending like a non-insignificant amount of time just kind of wandering around trying to find where the enemies
13
are.
targets left, 007.
Because these are, I guess, set on like deathmatch
Stay
multiplayer
alert,
maps.
007. They're sending reinforcements.
But they're not really like scaled necessarily makes sense with what the mission. I don't know. I think it's kind of weird. Like, it's a half-baked kind of thing. They added this mode to this version of the game. So this game was originally on the Wii in 2010, and in 2011 they released this reloaded version. Why did I not hit that guy? For PS3 and 360. And, you know, it's got very slightly fancier graphics, and, you know, it runs targets at least 60 FPS. But I mean, it's not a bad looking game, so apparently the multiplayer is like pretty different, but I wouldn't really know or care. But we're playing this mode because it's like the other significant sort of addition to what's in the game. But it's frankly fairly underwhelming. I had high hopes for it because conceptually I think it's a cool idea. For sort of a arcadey score-based mission mode.
There's only 10 targets left in the area.
It's just not super well designed. Oh, that's somewhere else. They're a little bit more armored now, I guess. Whoops. The auto aim lockdown, like whenever you aim down sights, by default you can turn it off or tweak it, but you your aim like snaps onto the enemy. Okay, he's upstairs, so I don't know where stairs are. That actually feels really good. You gotta aim at least sort of in the correct zip code for it to work, but when it does, it's satisfying.
You've accomplished the objective.
Yeah, the ragdoll is it's not a cheat, but it's an option. It's a modifier. I got 3 minutes. That was quick. But because we had such a low difficulty rating, we get a very low score. We only get 1 star. That's fine. I just wanted to see the mission, and we're done. And we get a trophy for 25 stars, which is cool. I guess it gives us it doesn't give us 4 on everything. It gives us 4 to enough of them to get 25 stars, I guess. No, actually, no, I have 35. I don't know what the code is. Whatever it is. Once we completed a mission, it gave us a trophy for these ones that we didn't even do. Which, fair enough. It's okay if you want to do it that way. I don't really mind. I don't really care. Very similar to the Spec Ops mode in Modern Warfare 2. I see. Do you at least get to drive a tank through some Russian city? There's a tank level, which I think, yeah, it's like one of the few locations. I guess the Russian locations are kind of the same. I mean, in the sense that it says that this is St. Petersburg. And there's a tank level, which is pretty elaborate. It's way better than the tank level in the N64 game, which is pretty crappy in my mind. So obviously everything in the game is like sort of riffing on some things, with some exceptions. But like the order of certain things in the plot are changed, and there's this nightclub, which we'll see now, which is like the nightclub in Spain. It's like in Barcelona or something, which is completely unrelated to the plot of the film. And you go there to find Valentin Zukovsky, who looks and behaves nothing like the character in the film, and also dies immediately in the game. So there's like a lot of these details that are just different, that are kind of weird, but otherwise a lot of the stuff you can obviously tell what it's meant to kind of paraphrase and reference, but it's not like not a direct remake by any stretch. And also, it's like I said, it really feels like it's going out of its way to be different. It's not just a matter of, oh, we couldn't license the likenesses of these actors or whatever. It's like, yeah, there's a nightclub in Barcelona, which I would just put that in the plot. And then a lot of the other stuff, it's like, What else? Yeah, you go to Dubai for this like weapons convention where they steal the helicopter, which is that scene that's on a boat in like Monaco or something in the film, I forget. And they're in that like casino or whatever where Bond and Onatop meet. So that's like sort of replaced by the nightclub and then the gun expo in Dubai. And then the final act of the film, or the final act of the film, is in Cuba, but in this game it's in Nigeria. So it's like, why? Who knows? Are there any Bond rail shooters? I mean, there's no like James Bond Star Fox. There's no James Bond light gun game per se. There are, well, that's not true actually, because there is there's the two ZX Spectrum James Bond light gun games. But if you wanted to use the term rail shooters to describe light gun games, they're not really accurate to those games because they're very static. But there are shooting gallery segments of sorts in a few other games, to a degree. There's like the opening mission in Nightfire where you're in a helicopter sniping. There's some sections like that. There's the gun shooting segments in The Spy Who Loved Me for the Amiga, things like that. But there is, of course, the Sega arcade game Confidential Mission, which is I think it's a Naomi game. It was ported to the Dreamcast, I'm pretty sure. That's like a secret agent spy themed light gun game.
Unspeakable horror awaits.
Greetings, Goaty. Thank you for your continued support. 73 months of Prime Horror. All right. So now we're gonna do our last stealth mission. So these are a bit different. We have to sneak through the entire level and do a lot of trial and error to figure out the exact intended route. So these are like the most annoying missions, but they're kind of also the most fun, I guess we could say. Man, the base difficulty level on this is actually really high relative to most other missions. It doesn't really matter. I mean, I don't care about the stars because I won't even remember how many stars we get, because as soon as I dismiss that window, it'll say 4 stars. So we definitely want to do dots always on so we can actually figure out the enemy routing. Enemy health won't really matter as long as it's not above 1, because this means we can at least headshot them with the pistol. Marksman, we can do it, it would be fine, but I'm just gonna run the risk. We can enable paintball mode. It's totally pointless. In fact, I'm not even sure if we were gonna see any difference unless we start missing shots and shooting walls. It doesn't make the guns behave any differently as far as I can tell. It just makes it so that when you hit a surface, there's like a paint splat. So it's like pretty pointless kind of thing. And yeah, so on that menu, you would have the option to turn on the ragdoll thing, but for whatever reason, you don't get that option in stealth missions. So these, unlike the other missions, these are not based on multiplayer maps,
You can't afford to set off the alarm, 007.
but I guess rather a section of a single player level. And the way they work is as soon as you get discovered, it's a mission fail and you have to start over. And the way the stealth works in this game is that if an enemy spots you, or if they see something suspicious, like if you might be in a hidden spot, but you try to shoot them and you miss them, and even if you have a silenced gun, they notice a bullet impact to the wall, on the wall next to them. And that triggers their like alert phase or whatever. And you have a timing window of maybe 2 seconds to take them out. And if that little timing window closes, then every enemy is on alert and they will know exactly where you are. You've been like discovered. It's a little weird. It doesn't really make logical sense, but it's fairly straightforward enough from a mechanical standpoint to understand. The problem is it also triggers if you shoot someone and another enemy sees that person getting killed, which, you know, that makes sense and everything. But these levels have been kind of designed, it seems like, to make it a little ambiguous. If someone, like, you can get a drop on someone, but it's not necessarily safe to kill them because someone else might be looking at them. So you have to like scope out where the enemies are to figure out when it's safe to kill someone. And it's pretty ambiguous how far their kind of range of vision is. So it's not immediately obvious if someone is in fact in someone else's like area of perception or not. So it's a lot of trial and error with that to kind of figure out the route. That guy's now moving away from the door. Probably take out this guy. Oh, I could not. So I missed him. So those little white arrows indicate that someone noticed you. But because we saw 3 little arrows there, one of them was probably for the guy we shot at. But because multiple other people noticed what just happened, it means it was probably not safe to shoot that guy. It could have been that missing him meant that the bullet impacted somewhere. But I don't think... I think it was literally just not a safe shot to take. So we can see on the top right, we do actually have an enemy count for this mission as well. So it's 30 enemies to take out. Takedowns too. So let's try this again now to confirm. Can actually get a headshot if he stops moving his head. Yeah. Big ass room here. I don't know if you don't play with the radar option to make the dots like always visible, what actually makes a dot visible, but yeah, so these 2 guys essentially, well, I can see 2 guys, there's 3 dots on the map. Aren't necessarily going to be very safe to engage. So let's go up here. So as you kind of get to checkpoints, there aren't checkpoints in the sense of restarting if you fail, but it's more like triggers, I guess is maybe the better word for it. Guess I hit him in the shoulder or something.
You've set off the alarm, 007.
Someone else noticed. Okay, I took out him, but yeah, so the problem I have with the thing, and I think it actually makes more sense for this mode than it does in the campaign, because I think it's fine for this to be very video gamey, but the fact that it's such a binary, where either they are completely unaware of you, or every enemy knows exactly where you are. Here it doesn't really matter because like you fail and you fail and that's it. Like doesn't really matter the specifics of it. But it gets kind of annoying when you just barely fail to take out this one guy covertly, and then suddenly 60 other guys who didn't even know, like there's no logical way that they could have, that anyone could have communicated that information to them, but they still know they can like pin you down perfectly. Let's do kind of take down. I wouldn't have thought that was more stealthy, but that's the thing, like when you, because when you get spotted again, like it's hard to know what sort of triggers it exactly. I thought this was a guy, but I think that's like a cash register. But here's what I mean, like I just have to assume whether or not he is in someone's range. So there's one white arrow there, and that was the guy I was aiming at. But sometimes, like if the alarm had triggered there, it would have been hard for me to know if it was him or something else. Yeah. So see that guy upstairs, I think maybe noticed that the camera was shot, and because I didn't kill him in 1 second, then he knows where I am. Like it's kind of absurd, but that's the thing. Like in this mode, especially, it doesn't. The logic of it doesn't really matter, or it doesn't really come into play. You just have to learn the mechanics or the route of how to achieve the objective. But yeah, it's the sort of hive mind thing of as soon as anyone discovers you,
Can't afford to set off the alarm, 007.
like there's no concept of some people being aware of your position and some not. Either the entire opposing force knows exactly where you are, or they don't know you exist. And that sort of medium state in between is kind of... They don't really know, like they're not more aware of you. It's just a timing window. Like I said, like you could fire from a position where you're absolutely not exposed whatsoever, but because they are then on like their timer countdown starts for like discovering you, then it doesn't matter what they see in that window. It just matters whether or not they're alive at the end of that timing window. And if they are, then everyone in the area knows exactly where you are. So there's a guy up there who may have been what noticed the, you know, that I shot the camera. Because that's the thing, like when a camera gets shot out, it's kind of similar to like one guard noticing another guard being shot. But I guess it only kind of works one way. The camera won't notice the guy. So I could most likely get a better shot at this guy eventually. I can go down through this door, I think. So there's a little bit of a gamble here. I can take this shot, and if I kill him, I should be able to. There we go. Base clipped through the railing. That's all right. So like if I kill him there and he dies and it's fine, then we know, okay, cool, it's fine. But if that would have triggered the alarm, it would have been hard to know if it would have been safe. So actually, let's do, assuming that we won't clear it this time anyway. Yeah. So when no enemy is in the immediate vicinity to notice the camera being shot out, like safe to do so. There's a guard right there. Means it should now be safe to take out this camera. Oh, arrows are flipping around. Did I make the guy start moving? No, it's probably just... So the question is now, do I move on or am I expected to take out these guys? It's very possible that the next thing that's going to happen is like additional enemies spawning in this area. That's right, 3 of them. If it's 2 people, you can sneak up on them if they're both got their back turned, and you can quickly like shoot one and then melee the other for a takedown. There's no way I can like quickly shoot 3 guys. But it's especially tricky because I don't even know where the 3rd guy is. I'm just seeing him on the map. And because these guys are like typically when these guys are positioned in this sort of fashion, it kind of means that you're either meant to use some environmental thing, like some kind of hazard to take them out, or wait for one of them to leave or something. But clearly they're not on like a patrol route. So I'm gonna try going through this door and see if it like triggers next series of spawns. Like I'm not sure. It looks like on the map that it, you know, we're not gonna leave this area really. Yeah, I thought there might be like a staircase or something here, but I guess it literally leads nowhere. Okay, it was just nothing. Why they felt compelled to have that door there, I'm not sure. But it's more ambiguous than usual, I would say, where we're meant to go or progress, but we'll figure it out. I mean, I haven't seen the entire map, so I don't know if that doorway over there leads somewhere, for example. Well, we can vault down here. It won't make... Actually, I cannot. Okay, for some reason, I'm not allowed to do that. Too much furniture. Do I have to leap over the balcony? Can I even do that? Might be more stuck than I thought. What the heck? No. Okay. I thought for sure I could vault down there, but how do I even get down to that I guess I have to do that real, just like right next to him. Like a little... Are you serious? I can't vault here. What the heck? Because it doesn't seem like I could walk through this barricade. I'm so confused right now. Was there a weird hidden... I wouldn't expect I could vault over the seats. I'm perplexed. This is not what where I expected to get stuck. Let's double check this doorway again. I just, you know, looking at the map, it just looks like it sort of connects to the right. But obviously, nothing here. Ah. I see. Well, that answers that, because there literally was no way to get to those guys from this side. Then we have to move on. Someone, like, directly below me. Oh, okay.
Good work, 007.
7 out of 30. Okay. But yeah, at least in in these levels, the geography and like the actual path you're taking is usually very linear and straightforward. And all the time I spent now like figuring out how this all connects, like, and where to go and whatever, all the research, you know, I can apply that knowledge much faster next time. Okay, just double checking. So presumably we're getting our way back to that room, but okay, we got some dudes here. Guy in here isolated. No beam or anything from that camera, but shoot it just in case. Although you would think that if that camera posed a threat, me shooting a guy right in front of it may have been an issue. Guys, kind of up to like the railing. Isolated enough. So now we're on the other side here. There's going to be a bunch of new dots popping up here momentarily, I reckon. This is kind of what I was first expecting, that we'd get to this from this different kind of vantage point. And now they're moving away or around somehow. Yeah, they're kind of splitting up. So one guy's coming up here.
There are just 20 targets in the area now.
And at this point, it could be doable, but killing that guy could have triggered a behavior in those guys. Doesn't look like it. Like, these levels don't typically do too much to, like, screw you over. Them moving like that probably was triggered by me going down. Like getting close enough. Vault up here. So it's, you know, it's pretty generous in the sense that being patient and like sort of letting the level play out, they kind of naturally, like, the intended strategy to get through once you are in the right spot to have it sort of revealed to you is often quite, you know, it becomes pretty clear. Is there a doorway by the bar? You know, every now and again you come into this kind of spot where you go, oh, now what? So usually you can kind of, I mean, obviously you can see on the map that nothing's there, but it doesn't always, the entirety of the map isn't always on display So there might be more to it, but okay. I didn't come in from here, did I? I don't think so. Well, there's a camera there. I can see the green light. No guards on the map, so... Safe. The camera's a bit of a new addition. They exist in the campaign, of course, but this is the only stealth mission so far that have had cameras. The rooms look empty. I bet they're going to populate once we open the door. Or step inside. Like, you definitely pass these... Yep, see that? You pass the trigger and then, boom, enemy spawn.
Take your time and stay out of sight, Bond.
Okay, Tanner, you got it. Now, of course, the map doesn't show you where anyone is facing, but it's usually a safe bet that you don't want to open a doorway. A lot of the time, they're positioned to be facing away. So that guy over there is, I think, not safe for me to shoot him. A bunch of cameras. So I think I need to take out the dudes first, maybe. Oh, actually, maybe this guy on the right is safe to kill. Not now, of course, but when he's actually kind of left alone. But see, they're so close to each other that it's... Whoa! Oh yeah, paintball.
You've set off the alarm.
All right, so now we know that that guy's facing the door. So hypothetically, I could have shot him before he noticed me, but he would have put the other guys on alert probably. So that's the incorrect route. Quite looking forward to doing zany stealth First Light. I'm very excited for that game in general. All right.
You can't afford to set off the alarm, 007.
Sprint for like 10 paces. See if I remember. I know now that we can ignore those guys. I guess you can sort of extend the alert timing window by stunning them. Seems like that's what happened. I kind of fucked up, but I got away with it. A little paintball residue there. Oh, that guy, and then the guy up top before the camera. Really look closely to see where his head is. Cameras aren't really relevant right now, but I guess they probably will be sooner or later. So the guy, I see him on the map. Oh, there we go. I can't see him. So it might not necessarily be the intention that I take these guys out now, but I'm, you know, might as well anyway. Let's see. Do I remember what's next? So I remember that first part because we spent a lot of time there. Gonna walk back over to that panel. I can't aim further down than this. Like there's a limit on the angle that you can aim. I couldn't even really see where my sights were,
Keep
but
up the good work, 007.
worked out. Good job murdering those guys. Tanner? Oh yeah, So I mean, again, as you can tell, like we're obviously getting back to where we were quite a bit quicker. Still a lot of level left though. That guy to... camera actually is green. Huh.
This mission called.
How the fuck did I... How did that work last time? The camera was there, but it didn't have a green light on it, so I'm like, oh, it should be fine. And it was. Did I, like, not walk close enough for it to be active? Now I'm super confused. Because if I shoot the camera, the guy will notice for sure. I guess the idea is just that I have to shoot the camera and then shoot the guy quickly
Can't
enough.
afford to set off the alarm, 007.
Because if I shoot the camera, it's better to shoot the camera first. Because shooting the guy, like, I can sort of get... I can, like, stun lock him, even if I fuck it up a little bit. Whereas the camera, you know, you just gotta take it out. Let's not get fancy with this guy. That. I got the guy in the bar. Got the guy upstairs. Got the camera. Got the guy downstairs. The other camera. I guess you also don't you don't auto lock on to cameras the way you do guys. So that's another reason to just take out the camera first. I think, you know, it's not going to be hard to aim. So it's not really a huge worry. I just was a little caught off guard. Because I didn't realize the camera would even be a thing.
007.
I can, you know, hang back a little bit to see if maybe I can somehow repeat the first thing, the first try where the camera beam just didn't activate at all. But I think I'm definitely meant to let the other guy leave the room first anyway. Because it's going to be basically impossible to deal with otherwise. What's up, Mendel? And Chivos, eh? Yeah, see? The camera's like not active. That's so weird. Doesn't seem like that's intended, but I'll take it. This guy's like walking all the way over. Take him out before he turns around. The little arrow that's wiggling over there, it's pointing to those three guys who should now be making their way over here. I'll let the one guy come up the stairs. The other two guys will park next to that pillar. Once I descend those stairs, they will start walking. They will split up. I should hopefully have an easy time taking them out.
007, there are just 20 targets in the area.
I fucking hate the way Tanner is like, 007, you're doing well. Like, right as I'm shooting a guy, of course, it's triggered by me killing him. But they could have had like a second delay or something, because the way he interrupts just as I'm shooting, every single time, I'm like, oh shit, I fucked up. Like, I expect him to yell at me. So like, oh, be cautious, use stealth. But no, he's like, oh, you're doing great. But there's something in the tone of his voice that he just sounds a little concerned. Yeah, he's like abruptly yelling at me to let me know that I'm progressing well here. The thing is, like, I'm not sure where that guy and like what's his kind of resting position is, the guy that I just took out. Typically they will, you know, they won't walk somewhere and immediately turn around to like for some gotcha Oh yeah, this is the camera I took out before. But like, I can't. I don't feel comfortable taking that for granted either. Screaming loud enough for the guards to hear. Yeah. So now I'm at the point where I'm like, what happens next? I forget. But yeah, okay. So we get to the kitchen soon. Forgot about this part. And we know that the left door is not gonna help us. So that's kind of narrows it down a little bit, you know.
Time and stay out of sight, Bond.
Oh, there's this guy first, maybe? Take down. I guess I can go to the right. Question is kind of like, what can I do here? I mean, I'm not forced to take out the cameras. But that guy's presumably going to circle the room. It wouldn't seem like I could stealthily vault through these pots and pans, but who knows? Where's the guy who's here? Is he like leaning against this? Yeah, I don't even have an option to vault here. I can snipe that guy. Fuck, this is so annoying because it's so hard to know. It's super ambiguous who is in whose like earshot or eye shot. I don't know. And I get one shot at trying it, and if I kill someone and it works, that's good. But if it doesn't work, then it's like I don't know why. It's hard to know why it didn't work. Like shooting that guy seems like it's a bad idea because the guy's here, just see his shoulder there. And then you have the cameras. I think probably... Fuck it, let's give it a try. And now I could probably enter the door. Well, I know I can. Which means that if I'm standing over in that corner from the door, the patrolling guy, I can sort of tag him from behind when he's close to that corner as well. So I'm waiting for him to pass so I can go back from where I came. And I wonder if I can hide somewhere. Well, this'll do. I don't want him to see me, obviously, but...
Did you hear something?
See, even fucking it up that badly, because he wasn't in range of the other enemies, they didn't notice. I think. Thanks for the Schubert. Well, Tanner starts whispering, so okay. Next wave of enemies like spawned in, but these two guys presumably cannot see each other because otherwise they're so far apart that it's, you know, I couldn't possibly take them out at the same time. That guy has a camera there though, so let's take out this guy who's a little bit more isolated. Camera didn't see it. So I guess the cameras just don't have sound, which makes sense. Okay. The next batch of enemies have spawned. I don't think they're likely to be patrolling into this room. Let's see, there's a window. Okay, that one guy was walking. Oh, he's fucking heading right here. that a door? Okay, it's closed. That was stressful. You guys, I guess I should also like be on the lookout for cameras. Got his back turned. This guy's
I have visual contact.
I think we fucked up.
Picking up just 10
Nope.
targets remaining.
Well, they're not even in the same room. The other guy still noticed.
This mission called for stealth.
I mean, I'd already failed, but try again. Yeah, so like I figured the other guy was in the next room. I didn't think he was looking directly at the guy I shot, but he still noticed. Like whether or not killing someone will trigger the person next to them to notice or not is like kind of a complete crapshoot. And that's what makes this a little annoying. I mean, it's not just that, of course. It's like, well, okay, I failed. Now I have to sit through a load screen and do this whole first part. Takes however long, you know. Luckily, Bond has insanely steady aim. Crouch to open this. For this animation. Kind of awkward to do it on this end because it's like dark there. It's kind of hard to see the
Well done, Bond.
the sights line up against his head. The weird camera part coming up. Can I? Oh, you have to be like weirdly precise with where you're aiming to be able to unlock or to interact. Man, what time is it? It's 4 p.m. I haven't properly today. I naively thought this would be a quick wrap up because I didn't think we'd have to spend much time. Proving to be more time consuming than expected. I've been streaming for 4 hours, 17 minutes. Actually, even more than I thought. Well, I believe this is the second to last mission. And the final one, I think we should be able to do first try. The thing is, like, it's just the stealth ones where there aren't really options, there aren't really variables that you can change to make it easier to do first try, because you can't make the stealth any easier. You can give the enemies more or less health. I guess if you gave them quarter health, you could shoot them in the, you know, in the leg or whatever, and they die in one hit maybe, but I'd obviously still...
Is someone there?
I'm picking up just 20 remaining
like-
targets.
It wouldn't really make a big difference, because the way you kind of get spotted works out the same way anyway.
You've set off the alarm.
That never happened before. Maybe I was a little bit slow, so they like started their route, and somehow as soon as they started walking, they became more perceptive to see me up on that staircase. I'm so annoyed now too, because I don't care. I mean, we already used the cheat code to unlock them. I just kind of wanted to see what each mission is. So it's not like I have a lot of pride in completing it. But I would feel kind of bad about sort of skipping it
Set off the alarm, 007.
when we got this far. Because I do still, like, I guess it's not so much about completing it, but seeing the entirety of the level or the mission. And we won't get to see all of it if we don't see it through. But I'm also, like, getting pretty, like, tired of it. I have to, like, really lean in to see which of the fuzzy pixels there seem to represent his face. But yeah, dude, imagine like this without the help of the radar. Just for the sake of counting how many people are left, it's so helpful. Like, it'd be so easy to miss those guys. Like, I would have never seen those guys if they weren't on the radar. And then you just, like, sneak around. I mean, granted, maybe you're more intended to come across them later in the route. Yeah, like, not time. At least this guy's bald now. Well, never mind. I was gonna say, that should help. But he's, like, standing in the shadow, so still kind of can't see the sights. Still, it hasn't actually fucked us over even once, so it's not that big a deal. Dots on the map. Guy you leave. Very careful as to not activate the camera, I guess. Still no.
You've set off the alarm, 007. This mission is now over.
Well, I guess the camera was active this time. I'm getting so impatient with this now because every attempt takes so long. Like, getting to the part where you actually want to try something different. And even if we clear that whole kitchen section, they're like, that's not the end of the level. Now, chances are, we made good progress getting up to that point in one go, and on the previous stealth level, we actually did, like, I think on our, not our first attempt, we took like 5 attempts to get out of the first room, but once we got past that first hurdle,
Can't afford to set off the alarm, 007.
we got to the very end of the level on the next try, and didn't really have much problems. So it's like entirely possible, like the difficulty curve isn't linear. But at the same time, this is probably, you know, it would make sense for this to be the most difficult one. Again, the problem though is that difficulty in the context of a level like this doesn't necessarily mean it's a more compelling challenge, rather like more annoying. It turned red, but it's because I let go of those sights. I just instinctively thought that it was a bad thing, but no, I hit it. Pass or fail stealth rules are just frustrating. They can be, but you know, it makes sense here because it's literally like a stealth challenge. It's how they, it never works like this in the main game. This is purely the mechanics of the stealth missions in this mission mode. So, I mean, I think that goes a long way to make it palatable as well. That it is a specific, like, challenge. And even then, you know, you have the grace period. Like, the game could have been designed in such a way that it would literally, like, instead of giving you 2 seconds to kill someone, it could have just instantly failed you. I mean, there are no shortage of games that just work that way. Yeah, so the camera's active now. I don't think I can like, yeah, it's not, the beam is not visible now, but it is like active. So I think I have to, like, it's pretty locked on that dude. Ah, it isn't actually. You can see it on the screen. Okay, no, he's in frame. Oh, it actually cuts out. It's like a literal actual mechanic. You can see it on the screen. Huh. Well, okay, we made sense of that. It's not very intuitive, but that guy just popped into existence. That's fine. We'll pop him right back out of it. But it's frustrating that the failure that I had last time, so unlike anything that's happened before, that I don't know if I'm at risk of triggering it again, and if so, how best to avoid it.
Just 20 targets left, 007.
Okay, that worked fine this time. Of course, it always felt a little sketchy going down that staircase, but because it worked the first like 3 times, I never thought more of it. And then it just decided to not work. Right, remember there's a camera in this hallway. That could definitely spell trouble otherwise.
Take
Pretty
your time.
sketchy though with
Stay
these
out of
guys
sight, Bond.
that I wonder if you can actually take out this guy. Seems like I should be able to. Yeah. Which means I can take the patrolling guy from this spot as well. But I still need to go down here, of course, to take out the guy on the left. That's the thing, like they have very, like the range they notice stuff is generally very limited. More about like the angles and positions. Camera, but
Good work, 007.
like I think I was a little bit unclear on the amount and placement of some of the cameras before, but now that I've like actually explored more of the room, I'm a little more clear on it. And like as long as the camera isn't like looking directly at this guy, which granted it's not super easy to judge from this angle, but okay, that was scary. That was pretty sketchy. All right, so the problem that I see now is that the next section we did pretty fucking fast and loose, so I don't feel like mega confident about redoing it the same way. That guy's literally just staring into the shelf, so I guess he's like a non-issue. All right, so this guy goes to the left.
I'm picking up just 10 targets.
So the other guy, see, he's not looking this way, but he still like was able to perceive the other guy being shot. But I suspect that I should be able to sneak up and do a takedown on this guy. This is like reflections. Gotta try it. So I have no idea what the other guy... like what triggered him. There's a camera there. What? I can subdue him through the glass. That's got to be what I'm meant to do, because surely I can't be meant to open this door and shoot him. It would be weird if being allowed to do this would fail you, so let's just try it. And now we can go back out in the hallway. Man, it's so weird that the because this doesn't auto lock onto cameras, like when you do this weird uncrouch when you aim. Why is the reticle is like going further down every time I aim? I don't know what's happening. Weird. Yeah, so you can like look at the camera like this, and then you aim down sights to shoot it, and it's like you're no longer aiming at it. Okay, 8 guys left. Oop. I was gonna say opening this door should spawn the next guys, but getting close to it was enough. The only path forward, so these guys should hopefully not be looking this way. Two guys over.
Must avoid the patrols, 007.
So these guys should presumably at least not make it into this. I should be safe here, I should hope. Okay, they actually kind of split up. Killer. Back. Going back the other hallway. At least they're splitting up. But I'm gonna kind of wait and see. So sometimes some of these guys, like the guy who was walking around the circle in the kitchen, some guys are just like on a loop. So I'm guessing these two guys will go back together to the right now. Not quite. But I reckon I need to isolate the first guy. Maybe if the patrolling guy... stop like this? Facing away from each other. But I don't know where this guy is. I guess he's like behind the pillar, but I mean, I don't know which way he's facing, rather. So I think this guy... let's see if I can do a stealth takedown over the bar. I cannot. See, that guy, everyone's like facing a different direction. So I think they should be oblivious.
Someone there?
And see, this guy, because he's in like oblivious range, he could not perceive his friend being shot 2 times, going, "Oh, ah! Is somebody there? Ah!" So we're good. It's a bit fucked up the way it's so ambiguous, but it is what it is. There's a room here, so that should be the final... Okay. Look pretty static, so it should be safe to open. Fucking hell, it just closed, huh? Well, we saw one guy. Obviously, I can't shoot the guy on the left because this guy will see. But I don't know if I can shoot this guy because any of the other people might see that as well. But I might be able to go to the right. No. I see. Okay. I took a gamble there, paid off. Does this guy go back to where he was stationed? see that person. Like in the bathroom stalls or something. Vault here. Yeah, he is. I can see his feet. Okay, this is a bit fucked up. Okay.
Excellent. Keep up the good work, 007.
So these stalls are not... Okay. I was gonna say, I can't like hide in the stall next to him, so... That worked out. So presumably, the way these things typically work, this guy is probably facing away from us. Let's not take anything for granted. But we should be able to just shoot him, even if we get sort of noticed.
That was the last one, 007.
Got it.
Good work.
Ah! Okay. We did it. So 10,000. It's still 1 star. 13 minutes. I mean, still like pretty satisfying. Like the actual taking down dudes with stealth feels pretty good. So we had a 4-star rating on it, but now that I actually completed it, it overrode it with 1 star, which is fucked up because that didn't happen for archives. Maybe we somehow got a high score or so. It's so fucked up how any of that works. It's so mysterious. All right, finally, Solar, the final level of the game, being adapted somehow to an MI6 ops mission. What are the options that we get here? Okay, good. We can make it easy. I don't give a shit about difficulty rating. I just want to see what the mission kind of is. We'll do Ragdoll for sure. How about this? The golden gun is like so awkward to use because you have to load it like 1 bullet at a time. Double health and half enemy health should be make things pretty trivial. But I wonder, like, I hope it's not having to do the final, well, not the final, but the actual difficult brick wall Trevelyan boss fight or anything. I don't know if it's like part of the story mission or like the campaign level or what it's going to be. Like the stealth missions are obviously linear little sections. They're not just the multiplayer maps, but the other ones seemingly are. I mean, they could all be original, I guess. I don't even know. The elimination ones definitely feel like they're multiplayer versions of those areas. But here we're just supposed to get to a point, reach the extraction point. That's all we get. We have grenades. Oh, I see. It's a breach sequence. I thought I wanted to be stealthy, but that was a mistake. Auto aim, please. Okay, they're very flimsy at half health. I kind of enjoy that. Nice little catharsis. So this is definitely a bit different. This area is from the game, but we're kind of going backwards, I think. As you come from below, you go down that elevator. Yeah. Presumably these guys are just going to be respawning here, so... I guess we're not going this way. Not super clear on where it wants me to go. No, that's just a little monster closet. That looked like a sniper beam of some kind. Am I meant to, like... Oh, maybe the door unlocked now. Now I got a little phone thing. Yeah, the door did unlock. Guns. Guess I'm meant to go back. I'm gonna let the health recover a little bit. I'm gonna sprint back to figure out where the fuck the oh, the drone shit can still see me. I'm not really clear on what vantage point I can hack it from. That thing's not very bulletproof. And let's heal up. I'm very glad with the difficulty settings. I figured this might be a bit of an annoying mission. Now I can't even fucking see the thing. It won't show me where it is. Grenades. Oh, I can blow these up, I guess. That's kind of neat. Enemies over here, too. Fucking hell. There's like no cover. There's none that fucking works. I'm not hitting a single bullet, I guess. Because they usually die in like 2 hits on this with these settings. Finally. Alright, progress. We wait now for the door. Oh, there we go. I do like very much that they like are repurposing and recontextualizing bits of level from the campaign. I think that's cool. I think that's what these missions should be. Like, kind of smart reuse of assets and what have you. Okay, more turret. More the same here, I guess. But I wish they could have made, like, on the whole, I guess, like, more interesting missions. Whoa! Okay. I guess I took damage from that thing exploding right next to me. I guess it's not entirely unreasonable. Do a whole lot of nothing, I guess. Really hard to, like, get a moment to, like, try to get the phone hacking or whatever going. Okay, I think I exploded the turret. Because I definitely didn't hack it. Fine, fair by me. Fair by me? Fine by me. There's... Yeah, I think actually there's... I think this is where this level begins, like at the top of this structure. Maybe... I could be misremembering. The implication, of course, being that that would be the end of this mission. He fell over the railing. That's pretty good. You know, the frame rate? It's taking that long to grenade and then reload, like it's... Can't fucking pick up a different weapon. Like, I can't abort the reload to pick up a different weapon, apparently. Now there's a life bar. Is that a boss? Usually when there's a bar like that, it's like a thing, something I have to protect. Well, if it's a boss, I've dealt 0 damage to it so far.
Bond, you need to use an RPG to take down that helicopter.
I see, of course. Well, how the fuck do I sprint past this? Or actually, where do I even... Yeah. Guess I can crouch here, but fuck's sake. No. I meant to reload. At least I don't have to, like, run back and forth. And there's not like a million guys attacking me at once. I don't want to like expose myself for extended periods of time to try to aim. But that also makes it kind of hard to hit. Oh my god, we go into a different phase here. Or we're done for now. I guess, well, if we need this... We'll find a new one. It might be a little perilous to like accidentally swap to that, but I want this automatic shotgun. But now I want to see what other weapon I kept. I did keep this. Not what I wanted. Weapon system is so fucking needlessly clunky. There we go. I have the 2 weapons I wanted. So obviously we didn't destroy the helicopter, which means we're not done yet. Going back down? Oh, so now we are fighting the helicopter and a bunch of a fucking million dudes. I cannot get over how slow the grenades are. I keep trying to use them and they're so fucking useless. Man, this mission sucks. That was enemies with half health and me with double health, by the way. Now it's like, I did legitimately clear every other mission. All right, let's do this. We're gonna pick it, and I'm gonna just do this. I'm just gonna make it as easy as I possibly can. I can replace the P99 with the RPG. Which should make it... I'll always have that. Let's go for this. I mean, the thing is, like, in a situation like that, I can still die pretty quickly. But reducing their accuracy should hopefully help. But even stuff like the turret, like, that's the thing. Like, there's so many little edge cases and exceptions where... The difficulty modifiers don't really give you much control over it. Dude, imagine fucking trying to max, like, grind these out for 4 stars, having to, like, increase the difficulty on each one of these. Like, I'm getting mad just thinking about it. Oh yeah, fuck, this part's a little weird. Like the breach. Alright, we'll do this instead. I can't really use the rocket launcher here. You can't pick up weapons while in the reload animation. That's so messed up. The roads are so slow. This door here is like locked for a while. But I have no idea what triggered it opening. Because I don't have any like objective marker or anything. Do it floating that or something? I don't know. Do I just have to like stay busy for a while? I guess I fucked that up anyway. Like, do I have to kill a set number of guys? Or just wait for a trigger? I guess it's a wave of guys because it seemed like it felt like it was sort of respawning. Because guys were spawning in, it made it feel like it was sort of a... You know, that it would just spawn guys infinitely. That's not what happened. Like, once we'd taken everyone out, these guys spawned and then the doors just spontaneously open. I guess it... Okay. I figured I could destroy the turret because it seemed like I did that before. But 2 direct hits with an RPG don't seem to do it, so... I guess that's not a thing. Alright, we're recovered. It's so weirdly opaque. Like, there's so many things that are, like, obtuse for no clear or logical reason. Can't hit fucking anything, apparently. Guess that almost killed me. I don't think the turret's active now. Yep, destroyed. No, it's not. It looked like it was, and then it was. Game is so annoying. So... Everything is like constructed to be as annoying as possible, it feels like. Except in the stealth missions. Like, the ones that are inherently the most annoying are the ones where they make allowances for things to not be extremely annoying constantly. We're right at the finish line, but I'm at this point I feel so upset at myself for like setting up some kind of vague expectation of what I wanted to see through in this version. Like, we breezed through the campaign pretty smoothly, and I didn't really enjoy myself too much. It was kind of whatever. But then MI6 Ops has been mostly turned out to be a real slog. But also gone from being like, it's fine. You know, I can change these difficulties, whatever, to like being a legitimate source of frustration, every bit as much as the campaign was on the Wii. And we've also, I think, just barely, we passed the time. The Wii game we finished in like 10 hours, 5 minutes or something. I didn't actually pick up another weapon. So what was supposed to be like a quick, smooth Because we finished the campaign much faster. So 10 hours on the Wii was to finish the campaign. And we finished the campaign in, I think, 6 hours. So it's been a solid 4 hours or so of MI6 ops. And even if the campaign was not exciting, it was not that challenging, so it, by extension, was not very annoying. Till the very end of it. Of course, when there's like a big difficulty spike. They saw fit to replicate for MI6 ops. Unsurprisingly, but still disappointingly. So, sniper's gonna spawn now, I guess. There's like stealth music. Okay, so the door's open now. Oh, that's the helicopter coming in. That was pretty satisfying. Can't explode the helicopter, I guess, though, but... Looked like I was being shot at from down here. The question is it possible to hack that thing from down here? Surely not. The way you get shot at from like fucking every direction is like there's no time at all for like just getting your bearings and figuring out where anything is. And like on even default standard difficulty, you would be dead 5 times over from getting shot this much. I'll be honest. The ratings are on a scale from 1 to 9 for some of the settings. That's right, dudes, just spawn here, I guess. But I lowered enemy aggressiveness from 6 to 1. It's like not that noticeable, I think. And accuracy also was down to the lowest. So I still don't even really know where the laptop is that you're supposed to hack. I know that I managed to like find it, but fucking precision. There we go. I'm not even really sure about the next section, like the turret specifically. I mean. Is that it right there? It is. Okay, at least I know where it is. Probably out of range, but I'm not. Okay. Well, that trivialized this section a fair bit. Still a pretty long mission here. Whatever. I feel like I would want the weapon that's like the fastest reload if that's a differentiator between weapons. Didn't finish the reload. I skipped the last like quarter of a second of the animation. I did the same thing again. And then he waits like a second before he starts reloading again. I guess I should melee now that I actually have ammo. I was very scared that I would like hit the wall I was hiding behind. Where do I go now? Down here, okay. So how do I prevent myself from fucking dying instantly? The door's gonna close behind me, I'm sure. Not, but... okay. Can I see, okay. Die. So many fucking enemies, but maybe they don't like respawn, I guess. It's not...
You've got to destroy them. With an RPG.
I'm gonna die. I'm taking damage from fucking everywhere. What are you supposed to do? Fuck it, I give up. You're like constantly in like super mega blurro vision because the paper thin enemy with the minimum aggression, minimum aim, minimum grenade frequency, which fair enough, they never threw grenades. They like drain my health. I mean, I guess I'm getting shot at by the helicopter, but I'm not clear on if I can take cover from it even. And like, I stayed alive for a little bit there, but even when I was alive, the camera was like shaking and super blurry. Man, this game is starting to really piss me off. And this was supposed to be like a nice, quick, smooth, let's just see this through to the end. I have like no interest in completing this. I mean, if I was playing this back in the day, realistically I wouldn't have, but I was gonna say I may have played until I like would have to go back and grind more stars to unlock more missions. But I wouldn't go back to grind more missions. And if I got to this point, I would feel no shame whatsoever in just saying, fuck it. I'm not getting anything out of this. And it's kind of neat in a way that there's this like big boss, whatever, but it's just like, how did they make it this annoying? I'm stunned at how annoying they managed to make it. Like this long mission to do this like super awkward thing where there might very well be a thing where like, well, okay, you can shoot these guys and then you can hide and you can breathe for 2 seconds. But when they spawn like 12 guys like that, even when I can kill them in like 2 shots, I couldn't kill more than 5 of them before I have to reload, and then you stand there reloading for 12 seconds, and even if I try to retreat to not get shot by the remaining 8 guys in the room, then I'm getting killed by the helicopter. Like, it's... I don't understand it. I guess like what you could probably do is you walk down that staircase and then immediately back up to that first little little spot where you get the first RPG to fight the helicopter. Unless, of course, the helicopter is programmed to like use a different pattern so it can shoot you down there, which I wouldn't be surprised. Again, keep in mind that we're tweaking every bit of difficulty to make this as easy as it could possibly be. And at like the easiest possible difficulty level, it's not even a matter of it being too difficult or it's impossible, but like I can't even understand how I meant to tackle it because I die before I can understand what's going on. And you know, on default settings, I would die 4 times faster. So it would just turn into like it's already a trial and error gauntlet to the point where, like, I mean, you can tell from the tone of my voice, like I'm so fed up with this. And like the intended default experience is for it to be like 4 to 8 times more frustrating. Because the way you have to start over from the beginning every time, like there's no sensible way that you can practice and learn and iterate. And even if you were to get a little bit further on each attempt starts taking so long that, yeah, well, what I was thinking could be 2-hour stream is now 5 hours, and we haven't completed the final mission. But fuck it, I'm just gonna call it there. That's time. I'm not gonna play this anymore. We saw every mission. We didn't get to the end of the solar mission, but technically this is like bonus content. I suppose at this point I'm glad that we did play through the campaign and then did this, because it gives me justification for not seeing this part of it through. I was toying with the idea of skipping the campaign and say, like, hey, let's focus on MI6 ops because that's what's new in this version. But if I'd done that, I think I would have maybe felt a slightly stronger compulsion to try to actually unlock the final mission or whatever. I mean, I guess, I don't know if it's much of a defense, but if you were to unlock the final mission legitimately, you would have had to complete every other mission with an average of 2.5 stars, meaning you could have 5 missions with 2 stars and 5 missions with 3 stars. I've never gotten a single 3-star. I mean, I haven't tried for it. Would I be able to? I don't know. I think the stealth ones are probably maybe the easiest ones, because you can, like, I don't even know if that's true. And because I don't know what it's required of you to get 3, let alone 4 stars, I guess I wouldn't be able to know. But at least the stealth missions, you can figure out a route that's pretty ironclad. But if you want to get higher score, then you'd have to do, like, you could easily enable the marksman thing. It doesn't change anything because you would never want to shoot people with anything with headshots anyway. But if you increase enemy health, then they don't die in a single headshot. So then you have to account for that, which, you know, I guess you probably have to, like, for a stealth mission, you don't get that many options, right? So paintball doesn't make any difference. I guess the radar, we set it to default. I play them with dots always on, which does reduce difficulty a fair bit, but you could probably play with normal just fine when you know where all the spawns are. In fact, you could certainly get to a point where you can play with the radar off, but I would still probably be relying on it enough, even if it's just to kind of tell who's left, that would be a big jump. But actually, let's see. So marksman increases difficulty, and enemy health 4x is the max. So difficulty rating goes up to almost 10,000. That is a massive increase. Yeah, it jumps up quite. But yeah, but because at 4 times, I guess that means you need to hit them with 4 headshots to take them out. So every single enemy, like, you can never, I mean, the takedowns make more sense, the melee takedowns. But in situations where I would, like, shoot one guy in the head and then take down the other guy, that just would not work. So any situations where there are 2 guys like that, I think at 4x enemy health, I'm not even sure that's possible. So it might require different routing. I still think the stealth missions are, like, the most interesting, so in theory they would be the ones I would be the most curious to, like, figure out how to get a good score on, but the process of doing so would still be tremendously frustrating. So yeah, this game just manages to find ways to be frustrating in ways that I'm surprised. It's one thing for it to have optional high difficulty level stuff, but I mean, even on the easy difficulty level, the boss fight against Trevelyan was also quite frustrating. It didn't feel much easier than when we did it on normal on the Wii. Like, I expect games for the PS2 or Xbox to have sort of weird difficulty spikes, or just be, like, difficult in general. Not maybe across the board, but, like, I guess it's the opposite. A game of a certain vintage, like if it's a 2011 game, a Wii game, a 360 game, I feel like there's a ceiling to how difficult I would expect it to get, at least in the course of, like, going through the campaign. Granted, this is kind of bonus stuff, but even so, like, it feels out of time for it to be this obnoxiously challenging. Even that like the super weird, occasionally like difficulty curve is also something I'm more associated with, like slightly older games that weren't necessarily as sort of designed to let people just sort of coast through it. Now, it's great for some games, but for something like this, like I'm just a little surprised. Honestly, though, again, it's not necessarily the fact that it's challenging or difficult, but it's just, it's so frustrating. I feel like we've seen enough. We have definitely given MI6 Ops a fair shake, but I feel honestly thrilled at this point to leave this game behind. Now, I am curious about one thing, and we don't see it here. I'd have to go to the system menu here to find it, if I can figure out where we do that. Trophies. It's under PS. It used to be under game, but I think they moved it over here. I just want to see. Yeah, we got 10% of trophies. Yeah, earned 44 stars. Jesus Christ. Yeah, we got one for completing operative. Wow. So even on the other difficulty levels, you have to complete every objective, because they made the objectives optional, but if you don't do them, you don't get the, it's kind of weird. Man, the trophies are, so 007 is like, so there's 4 difficulty. There's operative, agent, 007, and 007 classic. So 007 is like the hard difficulty level. And I think 007 classic is like, it's, I guess I don't know if it's harder or not, but it's presenting itself as if it's like basically the same as 007, but you don't have regenerative health. So to get like the trophies for completing levels, you don't even get them for like, it's, I'm not shocked that I get fewer for doing it on easy, but you don't even get them on normal. These are like crazy. At the average level of, yeah, then you have like these for specific weapons and specific levels. I guess on PS3, you don't get the option to unhide hidden trophies. Honest emblems. Complete any mission without taking any damage. The levels are like fucking 30 minutes long, dude. Complete any mission without collecting any body armor on 007 Classic. Oh, 15 health. In hell. Worth it. Yeah, so Airfield is the opening level. And this is literally start the game. Silent. I guess I didn't kill 30 enemies stealthily. Yeah, so I guess it's like, oh, it's GoldenEye, so we gotta have like speedrun goals that are completely arbitrary. Which granted, like, these are, I mean, I'm sure these are extremely fucking difficult, but it's on some weird level encouraging to see that, like, the times. But like being able to actually complete levels this fast, but you know, who knows how insane that is. And then of course the other 60% are multiplayer. Oh boy, fucking game, dude. All right, we're done. I will almost certainly forget otherwise, so let me eject it. Fire World PS3. Till next time. Oh, what an ordeal. I don't know if I've earned that GG, but man, I feel good to leave this behind at least. Stream's not over quite yet. We're gonna we have a little spreadsheeting to do, but we're gonna try to speed through that. Let me get some background jams going. And let us do... bear with me for a moment. There we go. Let's update this. All right, so GoldenEye 007 Reloaded. Final time for this ended up being 10:28. Yeah, when we first... Oh, wrong window. When I first started playing and like breezing through the campaign, I was like, man, I'm so glad we won't have to spend as much time on this as we did on the Wii one, which we finished in 10 hours 14 minutes. So we did actually end up spending a little more time. But we have a timestamp there for the campaign completion, which was 5:57, I think. Yeah. Explored MI6 ops mode, gave up on absurd final mission. But we'll consider this mission completed. We did at least complete the campaign, and today is 25/11/15. Unbold this. We can green it. Means we can highlight this, and up next is 007 Legends mission number 50. We have, of course, the 7th bonus game down here as well, GoldenEye 007 for Xbox Live Arcade, which I guess we should get to some point in the not too distant future, but we'll finish up the 50 main missions first, so that we have all the data and I can start doing some behind the scenes prep work for the finale, which I expect to happen sometime in January. Well, I beat the game, I beat the campaign, but I didn't actually complete MI6 ops, you know. Some might argue, but I mean, I don't care. We've seen more than enough of the game, I think. So we have the bond quotient update as well, and I'm gonna kind of speed through this a little bit in the interest of wrapping up stream and getting something to eat. I've started, as I've previously mentioned, to try to fill this out a little bit as we go, so I'm not stuck in this position of having to remember everything about the game after the fact. But there's still a couple of gaps and question marks here. Gambling, I left this uncertain, I suppose, for the Wii game. I'm not exactly sure what that was based on. But I'm pretty sure we can just set that as a 0. The thing is, I have it marked here as yellow on the Wii game, and every yellow cell in the spreadsheet means I need to consult the tapes and double check if it's there or not. If you have no idea what we're even looking at, I think it's hopefully somewhat self-explanatory, but we're giving some points here for each game for whether or not they depict certain expected or typical components of a James Bond adventure, and it's going to help us calculate in the end which of these games and in which order they are not the best but the most James Bond video game. And yeah, it can be a little tricky to keep track of all these things, and especially as some of these categories have been added after the fact. I have to kind of double check if a certain element is present or not. I will do that off stream, and that's part of the preparation I was talking about that I need to do behind the scenes. But yeah, so if I need to recheck the tape to find out if any reference to gambling does in fact happen in the Wii GoldenEye, we can reasonably give the same credit for this game, but I'm pretty sure it doesn't. We recently made a new split here. There used to be an M briefing and Q briefing as two categories, but I realized that there were so many edge cases of briefing happening from neither Q or M or M appearing but not really briefing, that I decided that, you know what, we should just split these categories up. Android subscribe with Prime Gaming. Thank you very much. Appreciate that support. Welcome to the Skull Club. So in this game's case, for example, there are mission briefings, and there are sort of kind of gadget briefings with Tanner explaining how to hack things with your phone. But the character of Q does not appear in any form, so no points for that. So what I used to do is I would give credit. I would give credit if there was a kind of a Q equivalent giving you gadget briefings, or I would give a credit for a mission briefing or M briefing if there was an M equivalent giving you a briefing, even if it's not the character of M. So now it's more explicit that the briefings aren't hinging on who the character is, but we can still give separate credit for the presence of the characters of M and Q. But of course, since that was something that we split up just recently, it's not really reflected in any of the stats. I need to kind of double check. Q Branch definitely did not show up in this game. Neither did Moneypenny nor Felix Leiter. So the phrase Bond, James Bond, I feel like doesn't appear in the dialogue, but in this playthrough, I paid zero attention to the dialogue. The game has no subtitles. We talked over everything, so I wouldn't have known. I gave it credit in the Wii version, thinking like I should double check it, but surely he said it right. But now I'm not so sure, but I technically don't have any more data. It would have been wise to maybe pay attention this time, but hindsight's 2020. I guess we might as well just keep this like the same, because again, it wouldn't be in one game and not the other. The Bond theme does appear, I think, in like the credits. There's a GoldenEye theme song cover that's in the game. Gun barrel sequence, like, I don't remember seeing at all. And it's one of those things where you would, of course, like, why wouldn't you have that in GoldenEye? It's like, well, they didn't really have them in a lot of the Daniel Craig movies. So, because it's a Craig era version of GoldenEye, that would be a good enough excuse to skip it. It's on the cover. Yeah, that doesn't quite count. Yeah, I guess I'll just have to remember that when I double check these things, I'll check for these games simultaneously. I'll put a yellow 0 here because I don't think it was there. I don't recall seeing it. But I'm not sure. And I couldn't put a confident 0 here and then a semi-confident 1 on the Wii game. That doesn't really make sense. So regardless, I'll just have to double check. No product placement. There's been a couple of games that had Sony Ericsson phones. Of course, there's no car in this. So it's really only the Walther guns that have like the licensed proper names. But it's so... I don't really count that because it's not really conspicuous. And it doesn't go out of its way whatsoever to draw attention to itself. And I think like the brand itself doesn't really appear. It's just like the Walther pistols and sniper rifles are like the only weapons that just happen to not have a made up name. They're just called the P99 and the WA2000. But even then, they're not referred to as the Walther P99. So it's like... It's very... Like, I don't think it qualifies as product placement. It's like... It's licensed, I assume, but it's not product placement. But that's not something that's been super duper present in a lot of games. And when it is, it usually is very conspicuous. The only other category we have left here to fill in... Bond in Peril several times. Yeah, well, all the character stuff. The henchman villain. Villain's Lair... yeah, there's like a headquarters at the end, sort of, but it's a facility that serves a purpose. It's not a lair for the purpose of hiding out. So I would not count that. There is a little bit of a villain speech there at the end, though. And James Bond will return. We sat through the entire credits to make sure that they didn't remove that, because it was in the Wii game. And indeed, it was on the credits in the credits of this game. No gun I would play Bond and get advertised to. I mean, the whole thing about like licensing and if we can call it product placement for guns in video games is such a it's truly its own universe. But it's the same thing, like really, like a Call of Duty might have like 500 real guns, but it's kind of the same as a Forza having real cars. It's kind of like, it's not product placement if it's the main thing that the game's based on. Like a licensed thing appearing doesn't in and of itself make it product placement based, like in my the way I see it. Obviously product placement is something more specific, like in its conventional usage in film, right? Like it's, you know, it's a paid sponsorship, which I'm sure is the case for something like the Sony Ericsson phones in the Quantum of Solace game or whatever. I'm sure Activision didn't pay money to license the Sony Ericsson brand to show it in the game, but they might have to use the Aston Martin cars in some other games or whatever. Like, and even if that's not a product placement business deal, it is kind of how it comes across in the game when they put like extra, you know, when in Everything or Nothing, when Q introduces you to his or to Bonds rather, I can't even remember what it is, but like, you know, when he talks about a car, he talks about the brand of car. Like that to me is, that qualifies because it feels the way it feels when Bond uses something of a particular brand in a film. So it's more about the spirit of it than the literal meaning, I suppose. Yeah, the P99 is the gun he uses in the, well, starting with the GoldenEye, I guess. Actually, no, I think he still has the PPK in GoldenEye. Is it in... It's Pierce Brosnan at some point replaced the PPK with the P99. And I guess it's been a little bit... It's less of a standard thing, I suppose, during Craig's tenure. Anyway, that's the data filled in. So this will give us a preliminary raw bond quotient of 25, which is the same as the Wii one, as you would logically conclude. I think technically they're giving credit for slightly different things because I didn't fill them in the exact same way, but at the end of the day, the campaign is the same. So really the only thing that could give Reloaded any additional credit would be if there were like extra Bond stuff in MI6 Ops or in multiplayer or something that didn't happen in the campaign. But I don't think, I mean, first of all, there's not a lot of stuff that isn't just repurposed. Like there's all the old Bond villains who show up as playable characters in multiplayer, but that's not really, first of all, it doesn't cover anything that isn't already covered by the main game. But it's also kind of, I guess I don't even know if I would count it, but doesn't matter. Doesn't make any difference in this case. So these numbers will change. Not only do we obviously have to fill in all the blanks in the spreadsheet to make sure that the data is complete, but also the way this is going to work is that we're going to weigh these different criteria based on how prevalent they are in the films. Meaning, something that is present in every film would be, a game would be receiving more credit for depicting something that is in every film versus depicting something that is only in 5 films. What I will hopefully do is that we'll see if I can get around to this. Like, the first thing to do is to make sure that we have these equivalent stats for all the films, which will be easy enough to gather as we watch these films, which I intend to start doing soon. Doing a full series rewatch for movie nights on Discord. and we will weigh them based on the prevalence. But what I want to do, if I can be bothered, is to have kind of a rolling average, I guess, where, well, not average, but like a rolling changes, updates, so to speak, for the weights, so that if it makes sense, we'll see. Maybe we'll have both, I guess. But like for the 1983 James Bond game, it doesn't seem fair to necessarily judge this relative to all the Bond films that came after 1983. So I think we should do like a sort of a final stat listing for like taking all 25 films into account, but we should probably also have separate weights that are like chronologically correspond to the release of each of the games. So we'll probably see basically what I think we'll do is that every game will have the raw Bond quotient, which is this raw data, and then they will probably have a weighted Bond quotient, and then they will have like the weighted Bond quotient parentheses adjusted for inflation, sort of, where it's like they get judged by the merits of what those things would have been at the time of release, because I have to suspect that they're going to be a little bit different. Like when you get 4 Daniel Craig films that don't have the gun barrel sequence, like that's enough to throw off the average. Like it's fair to further penalize games for not including the gun barrel sequence when they were released at a point in time where it was a thing that was essentially in every Bond film. But when the Bond films started not doing them, I feel like it should become a little bit more permissible for them not to include it, as an example. I think once I have all the data collected, changing the weights based on like which data to include should be pretty trivial. So I don't think that should be a super large undertaking. Now the only issue is really that there's between 1983 and 2012 there were quite a few Bond films. So basically we would need to have the weight for like not every Bond film, but every Bond film in that window at least. I don't know. I don't need to concern you guys with this, really. This is just for me to tinker with off stream, but this is the kind of science research that needs to be done before we can do the proper finale for James Bond, which is why we won't be doing, like, we'll finish 007 Legends, but then we have this whole thing to do as the proper actual finale, which will happen in early 2026. We are, I would say, perfectly on track to actually finish the missions during November, which was my hope that we'd be able to do. I don't know how long or how difficult or big of an ordeal 007 Legends will turn out to be, but we've had few games last longer than 2 or 3 streams, so it seems like it should be doable. And we might even just jump right into that the next stream just to kind of get it over and done with. It's not a promise, but currently I kind of feel like I want to get it out of the way. Yeah, Ingvars. I mean, basically, it's it'll be something like that, but it's more about I know how I would do it. It's more about, is it 15 minutes of tinkering, or is it going to be a few hours of tinkering? And how do I make sure that I like present it in a digestible way in the spreadsheet and so forth? I'll figure that out as I do it, basically. But there we go. That is the spreadsheet section of this. But we have one final thing to do. And that is to update the tier list. Yes, like James Bond Jr., there are 2 games. There's the NES and Super Nintendo games based on the cartoon. So, here is the most recent James Bond tier list, and I looked at this for a little bit as I was updating it. I wasn't updating this tier list, but I was adding all the tier list rankings into the spreadsheet so you can see them there as well. And of course, it's always been the case that I've been willing to make updates and changes. It's like an unexact science, so to speak, and it becomes easier to compare things as you add more stuff to the list. But GoldenEye here is in a kind of unique situation in that we got to replay a campaign we just played relatively recently. So now I get to not just place this game right here on the list. I need to like reassess a little bit where these other ones are. So here's the thing. The PS3 version of GoldenEye is in no ways really inferior to the Wii one. Technically speaking, I found the QTE button prompts a little harder to read, but that's a relatively trivial thing. It runs smoother, it has more stuff in it. It's not really worse in any way. I don't think it's better in any way. Certainly at the end of this, I don't think the MI6 ops or the Janus emblems or the trophies amount to anything substantial enough to warrant a higher tier list placing for the PS3 version over the Wii version. At the end of the day, I would never recommend the Wii version over the PS3 version, really. There's no reason I think you would play that over the reloaded one. But on the same token, you're not really... If you have a Wii or Wii U or whatever and you have access to that version, I also wouldn't say, oh, you shouldn't play that. You should get it on PS3 instead. Like, it's still kind of whatever. But, you know, maybe one could argue that this is not entirely fair, given that we now have played this game sort of twice, so I've gotten more time to get frustrated with it. But quite frankly, I think... well, to put it this way, I couldn't put the PS3 game lower than the Wii game, because it isn't worse in any way. But looking at what's on this list and where these two now end up, it like I cannot in good conscience put these games in B+. Now, if I were to replay some of these games that are on here, Tomorrow Never Dies, 007 Racing, Quantum of Solace PS2, I'm sure I would find them less appealing than I did first time. Maybe not Tomorrow Never Dies, but certainly 007 Racing and like the DS Quantum of Solace. Like, there is always a certain degree of novelty to seeing something for the first time, and revisiting something, it's gonna be like kind of, yeah, you know, been there, done that. But I think in this case, revisiting GoldenEye, there is that, but I think, I don't know, I can't compare it to anything else because we haven't replayed any of the other stuff. I guess we'll get to sort of kind of replay the N64 GoldenEye soon enough, but I feel like revisiting it and especially getting to play it on a different difficulty level, like, exposed certain sort of weaknesses in the design that I had not quite perceived the first time through. In addition to just like feeling pretty sour on the game in general, like I didn't really enjoy it. And when I look at this list, like the B tier, the feelings I have towards this game is overall much more closely aligned with what's in the B tier. And even then, it's like, you know, we've talked a bit about the 360 Quantum of Solace, for example. It's like a very basic, straightforward game that didn't have much going on, but it was pretty solid at what it did. And not only do I think at this point it feels really bad or wrong to put GoldenEye above it, but now it's like, man, are they even in the same tier? So I think what we need to do right away is we need to drop these down here. We'll do, I don't think order really matters, but also on the same note, like the DS game isn't as good. It should be bumped down further. And I think also, like, even in B tier, many of these games are games that I could see myself revisiting. Right this instance, I strongly do not feel that way about GoldenEye. I could see myself, like, give it a couple of years and I might cool off on it a little bit, like my current sort of feverish frustration with it. But like Quantum of Solace, I'm like, man, I could play that again, like now, sort of. So these games for sure, like easily the DS one. Now the thing is too, like I could bump down all versions of GoldenEye maybe to C or some kind of B- or something. I don't know. But it's also the case that, like, yeah, but the feeling I'm having now and wanting to bump it down, I could feel the same way about half the games in B+ and B tier, potentially. So I think we can be a little conservative with how far we bump things down and move things around if we don't have... I don't want to do it on, like, pure gut feeling. You know, if we had ignored MI6 ops and like those difficulty spikes, I feel like it would just have been an unremarkable playthrough and it would have been fine, and I would have still, like, B would have seemed perfectly reasonable. And I don't know, I guess it just doesn't seem fair to have this feeling of this essentially bonus extra feature was annoying and bad, and it's sort of dragging the whole game down with it. Because it is essentially skippable. It's also sort of sequestered into its own section. So, yeah, I think looking at this, I think an argument could absolutely be made for bumping Quantum of Solace up to B+, the 361. I thought the PS2 and DS ones were like more interesting than the 361. But I think looking at the list now, I think it's also fair to say that almost everything in B tier, the mobile games and stuff is a little bit different, but in B tier, almost everything has significant flaws. And I don't know if that 360 Quantum of Solace is like a flawed game in that sense. It's like a game that is a little lacking in substance, but I don't necessarily think it had it had problems in terms of like what wasn't really there, but that's different from problems with what is there. I think Agent Under Fire like was also kind of clunky. The performance wasn't great. PC Nightfire had levels that were too long and were too annoying. The Living Daylights is a cool game, but it's fucking impossible. Like, there are things like that I can look at in B tier. And I mean, GoldenEye, even if we ignore MI6 ops, that final Trevelyan big boss fight is annoying as fuck. It's like a huge difficulty spike. And it's got like the weird objective structure, which we were happily able to sort of ignore in the PS3 one, but still, they have flaws in more obvious ways. So yeah, I think we're gonna do it. We're gonna bump this up. I still think I prefer Quantum of Solace on PS2 over the 361, but looking at like the other games in each respective tier, I still think the 360 Quantum of Solace is in better company in B+ than in B. I think. I don't know. That's the thing. Like, you can look at two games and say I prefer one over the other, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they have to go into different tiers, right? Like, it's the most clear comparison when you look at one and the other and you say, yeah, well, this should go higher than the other. But that doesn't mean, you know, the difference is, even if one is clearly pure preference over one other game, the clarity of the difference doesn't necessarily indicate the vastness of the gap, right? So, and even then, I'm not even sure I do feel that I so clearly prefer PS2 Quantum of Solace. I think I can clearly say that I think it's the more interesting game, but it's definitely a game that has its own fair share of shortcomings. You know, in terms of like partially what it inherited from the movie being weird, but also like missing. There's like missions that aren't in that version and stuff. Although that kind of goes both ways. Still, I feel better having bumped that game up because it didn't feel... I understand what my reasoning was for having it lower than GoldenEye on the Wii. But reflecting on it further, I think this is more accurate. you could, frankly, you could make the argument for any of the Quantum of Solace games to drop down a tier, probably. But overall, I had more positive feelings on them than GoldenEye. I mean, GoldenEye, I'm talking about the 2010 one. It's the whole concept of it is so strange. A remake where they change everything for no apparent reason and make it a fairly bland Call of Duty like. As far as bland Call of Duty like Bond games, Quantum of Solace I think is the easier game to recommend. So there you have it. There's the tier list update, and I'll make sure to update the spreadsheet to reflect these changes as well. Let's hide that. And finally, after 5 hours, 44 minutes, 55 seconds, we are approaching the end of the stream. This was supposed to be a quick morning, daytime stream. And now it's like, well, I didn't have lunch, so I guess what I'm making now is dinner. And then it's Saturday night, but that's how it goes. I shall be back at some point in the next couple of days, I suppose. And maybe we'll be doing 007 Legends. We'll see if something else comes up. But I reckon I've been excited to play that game. I've been really excited to see what that game's like. And I'm pretty excited to get to the end of James Bond for that matter. So I think that's what we're going to be doing. We'll find somewhere to raid. Marty.Zone went live recently. He's doing SNES Action Saturday. That sounds like a good time. I haven't gotten to raid Marty too frequently, so let's do that. Have a good rest of your weekend, everyone, and I'll see you guys around. Peace.